not just to this audience, large as it is, but to an audience in a breakout room, those who wish to be there, and an even greater number who will be watching you online or on YouTube and listening to your every word. Those to your left are the lawyers, including Ms. Richards, who's standing, who will be asking you the questions. Those at the very back are representatives of the press. Those in front of you, as is appropriate in a public inquiry, are the public. Most will have a particular interest in what you have to say. Mary will invite you to take the oath, and then Ms. Richards will begin her questioning. Thanks. Mary.
Please state your full name.
Jeremy Mark Quin.
Take the book in your raised hand and repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I will give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Mr. Quin, you've been a Member of Parliament since 2015, is that correct?
That is correct.
And since the 25th of October 2022, you've been a Minister for the Cabinet Office and Paymaster General.
Correct.
Your predecessor was briefly Chris Philp, before him briefly Edward Arger, but the role had been mainly filled for the preceding year or so by Michael Ellis MP.
That is also correct.
And Mr. Ellis, we know, was the successor to Ms. Mordaunt, from whom we heard yesterday. Now, in that capacity, you're the sponsor minister for the infected blood inquiry, is that right?
That is correct.
You are also the minister to whom the day-to-day question of considering Sir Robert Francis's compensation framework study and the inquiry's recommendations falls. So you're the lead minister in relation to those matters.
Yes, so my role as sponsor minister is to ensure that this inquiry is established and has resources it needs to get on with its incredibly important task. As a sponsor minister, I've also taken on the role of chairing and therefore acting as a coordinating role, as is normal for the Cabinet Office across a number of different government departments that has an interest in this inquiry and achieving a resolution.
And you're not the sole decision maker in relation to matters of compensation. That is a decision that falls to be taken collectively by the government, but you perform a coordinating role.
Thank you, that is how I describe it.
Now, you've told us in your first statement that shortly after taking office on the 27th of October, you received a briefing about matters relating to the infected blood inquiry, the interim payments that were in the process of being made, and more broadly the work of the inquiry and the question of compensation. Now, I'm not asking you for details of the briefing, but was that the first real knowledge you had about the matters with which this inquiry is concerned, or did you, through parliamentary or other ministerial work, have any particular knowledge of the area?
I had a knowledge primarily through constituents' interest. I think there will be very few members of Parliament, sadly, that do not have someone who has been affected by this dreadful scandal, and therefore, through that context, I was aware. But I would say that briefing was the first time I began to get into the detail of the government's response and this inquiry.
Now, I'm going to pick matters up, in fact, with events and certain dates prior to your appointment, just to see if you can cast any light on these matters in light of what you might subsequently have learnt. So, again, just to get the chronology in everybody's heads, so Robert Francis's study was delivered to one of your predecessors, to Mr. Ellis, on or around the 14th of March 2022. And if we just look at RLIT 0002052, please, Lawrence. we will see that this is the 31st of March 2022. And if we can just go down the page, if I can just see the whole page. Yes, it's the first statement from Mr. Ellis, so that heading the Minister for the Cabinet Office and Paymaster General. Sir Robert Francis delivered his report to me on the 14th of March, and I will carefully consider his findings and recommendations. It is my intention to publish the compensation framework study alongside the government's response as soon as possible and in sufficient time for the infected blood inquiry and its core participants to consider them before Sir Robert gives evidence to the inquiry. So in terms of the government's stated position at that time, as we read this, Mr. Quin, the government was proposing that both Sir Robert's study and the government's response would be published before Sir Robert gave evidence to the inquiry in July 2022.
As you'll appreciate, I wasn't the Minister at the time, but absolutely that is evident from the statement that that would have been the intention of the Minister at the time.
Now, we know that didn't happen, and so by around July of 2022, Mr. Ellis is saying, and I won't take you through all the documents, I know you've had the opportunity to look at them beforehand, but Mr. Ellis was saying, well, we'll wait to hear what Sir Robert says in his oral evidence and then respond as soon as possible. And there is acknowledgement from him of the importance of proceeding at pace. I just want to explore with you, if I may, what might have been some benefits of the government publishing its response or a response to Sir Robert's study, and see whether you have any comments to make upon what I'm going to suggest would have been benefits. So in general terms, publication of the government's response or its thinking would have enabled the inquiry's own work to be informed by the government's thinking. There might be matters that the government could, in principle, draw to the inquiry's attention, particular problems that it identified relating to Sir Robert's work, for example, that the inquiry could then have considered. Do you have any comment on that? Again, I'm conscious you're not the Minister at the time, so I'm not asking you about decision-making at the time.
Again, you're absolutely right to caveat it in that I'm certain that it would be helpful for the inquiry to have as much information as they could on a compensation framework. I'm sure my colleagues at the time felt, and certainly would have hoped, that Sir Robert's report would have assisted the inquiry by setting out his ideas as one way that the inquiry could consider its way forward. I wouldn't dispute that a government response to Sir Robert's report could also have then fed into the deliberations of the inquiry. I couldn't dispute that.
And vice versa, it would enable the government's response, and in particular any problems or potential difficulties that the government were identifying, to be considered and scrutinised by the inquiry, so that the government could have had the benefit of the inquiry identifying anything about the government's thinking that it thought it had gone down a blind alley or was overestimating difficulties, for example, which the inquiry, with its deep knowledge of the matters which it's charged with investigating and its knowledge of the plight of those infected and affected, might have been able to usefully contribute. Would you accept that, again, as a matter of generality?
So the question is, I should repeat the exact question.
Of course, it was a rather long question. I'm sorry, Mr. Quin, my fault. I'd asked you previously about the inquiry learning from the government and the government's thinking. I'm putting it the other way round here, that the inquiry, there would have been a public service in the inquiry being able to scrutinise the government's thinking.
Yes, my only difficulty is trying to put myself into the minds of my colleagues at the time. I think going back to the original establishment of Sir Robert's inquiry, it was his study. It was to help inform government so that they could then be in a position to respond to the to what came out of this inquiry in terms of recommendations. So I'm not certain if at the time my then colleagues would have been thinking, we will receive this study, we can then publish all our detailed thoughts on compensation in order to inform the inquiry. So it may indeed have been helpful, as I said in my last answer to your last question. I'm not certain if that was the genesis of the study. I think the study was more about how we can prepare ourselves rather than, in some ways, trying to push the inquiry into one or other view on compensation. I suspect the thought would be, this is really helpful, we need to do work, we may be able to set up things in advance, but this isn't necessarily a way of trying to influence the inquirer's judgment as to what the compensation should be. And the government coming out to say, we think this and this and this is impractical. That might have been the thinking of my colleagues at the time, that wasn't the purpose of the study, and that in doing so, it may be seen to be trying to influence the views of this inquiry as to what the compensation arrangements should be. I don't know.
Can I then just put forward two further, what might have been advantages, and might still be advantages of the government being able to be more forthcoming than it has been to date about its thinking. The first is the general principle of transparency and openness, and perhaps particularly important in the context of an inquiry whose terms of reference require it to consider whether there has been historically, and indeed in recent years, a lack of candour and openness on the part of government. Do you have any observations to make about that?
I've been very keen from when I've taken up this post to be as open as I can be in terms of the work that we're doing and the work that we're undertaking. It is a huge issue to get right, and it does require cross-government agreement, as you said from the outset. So transparency and openness is always a good thing. It is also incredibly important that one doesn't say anything that gives a misleading impression or takes people in a direction that then can't be honoured by government. So I'm always mindful of both those factors.
And then the final importance of the government being as open as it can be, whether in publishing its response to Sir Robert's study or more generally, would you accept this as that it would avoid those who have been infected and affected continuing to feel marginalised and excluded?
I'm very conscious of the suffering of those who have been infected and affected. Huge wrongs have been done, and the more that we can, the sooner this can be resolved, and the sooner that a government response can be made, the better. I've got absolutely no doubt on that.
Can I just then ask you to look at something you said in December 2022? It's a document I'll come back to probably, but just for present purposes, if we look at COLL 000022, please, Lawrence. So this is a text from Hansard. It's not the official Hansard document, but it is, I think it's a correct production of what was said. And we've got the date at the top, 15th of December, and this is you, and it's a statement you made. Lawrence, if we could just go to the penultimate paragraph on the page. Begins, the government had intended. So this is still dealing with the question I started with, Mr. Quin, but we're now looking at what you were saying about it having come into your role. It says the government had intended to publish a response alongside the study itself ahead of Sir Robert's evidence to Sir Brian Langstaff's inquiry. However, as the then Paymaster General explained, the sheer complexity and wide range of factors revealed in Sir Robert's excellent work meant that when the study was published by the government on the 7th of June, it was not possible to publish a comprehensive response. And then you say the government remains committed, absolutely committed to using the study to prepare for the outcome of this inquiry. Just wanted to pick up on that idea of the sheer complexity and wide range of factors revealed in Sir Robert's study. That shouldn't have come, should it, as any surprise to the government, because the government had itself approved the terms of reference. I'm not going to take time looking at them. I know you've looked at the study yourself, but the terms of reference for Sir Robert were comprehensive and required him to look at a number of important matters of detail. So the government ought to have expected, ought it not, the kind of detailed, wide-ranging study that it received. Are you able to assist us in understanding why it was apparently the complexity and wide range of factors that led to the government's change of position?
Again, you're asking me to comment about events that I wasn't present for a good 6 months or so before I became
I
minister.
am, but it's because you must have been given some information for the purpose of making this statement. It may be you have no information beyond what's in this statement, but the reason that's being given as I read this...
I think that statement would have reflected what Sir Michael said when he when he made public Sir Robert's report prior to the, so that that could be used for the purpose of this inquiry. So I suspect, it would be my expectation, that that would be a similar set of, as I am quoting Michael Ellis there, saying that this is what he explained. So I think I was going back to what Michael Ellis said when he made public the Sir Robert study without a government response at that time. Okay. And certainly from discussions I had subsequent to my appointment, I am aware that work was undertaken prior to the interim. When the interim payment was confirmed by this inquiry, I think there was a huge amount of focus to get the interim payment done and paid before the end of October. But certainly prior to that, and I'm told through it, there was work still ongoing regarding Sir Robert's report. So whether it was more complex or less complex than my colleagues at the time had expected to receive, I know that I'm assured that there was work between departments going on through that period.
If I may, just going back to what is on the screen and highlighted, this is not simply a quote from Michael Ellis, is it? Because the way the second sentence reads, as a matter of language, it may have been not intended to read this way, but as it reads as a matter of language, you are saying, as he explained, in other words, you're endorsing what he's saying, or appear to be, the sheer complexity and wide range of factors revealed. So it looks as though those are conclusions you yourself have reached as a matter of language, doesn't it?
So Brian, at the time, I had come into the brief on the 25th of October. The statement that I gave to this inquiry reflected what I knew at the time, which was that we were working using the basis of Sir Robert's report to prepare ourselves for the final report of this inquiry. The more I looked into it, I thought there may be things we should be able to do to advance our consideration of what to help prepare ourselves. That was in the lead up to the statement that I did indeed make on the 15th of December after a write round with colleagues in which we secured agreement to announce that the moral case for compensation. From my own experience at that time, coming to my own experience, hence your question, certainly at that point, I was aware, when I made the statement, that the complexity of issues that needed to be resolved in Sir Robert's study was not such that I would have been able to give a substantive comment myself to the House of Commons at that time. So I had absolutely no doubt to believe that some 6 or 7 months earlier, my predecessor would have been in the same position of not being able to do it. So it's I was referring back to Sir Michael Ellis's comments, but nothing had changed at this stage to make it to make me feel that I could have said anything other than that there is complexity which needed to be worked through by my officials and myself.
Thank you.
Mr. Quin, I'm going to turn to now the time since your appointment as the responsible minister. If we go to your first witness statement to this inquiry, which is dated the 21st of November 2022, Lawrence, can we have WITN 7526001, please? Thank you. So we've got the date there, 21st of November. And if we go to the bottom of the second page, we can see there you refer to the briefing that you received, the oral briefing you received, and reference there to the issue of interim compensation payments following the inquiry's first interim report. If we go to the top of the next page, we can see there you refer to being briefed on the background to the government's acceptance of the chair of the inquiry's recommendation to pay interim compensation. Again, just in terms of dates, 29th of July 2022 is the date of the inquiry's first interim report. 17th of August is the date of the government's acceptance of that recommendation, so that's less than 3 weeks. It's clear from this paragraph of your statement there was still some detailed work to be done. You refer there to that including ensuring that mechanisms were in place to ensure that the payments would be disregarded for tax and benefits purposes. But it's right, I think, to understand that the fact that there were details still to be worked out hadn't stopped the government taking a decision on the issue of principle in relation to that first round of interim payments.
That's correct.
Now, you then say this, if we go down to paragraph 9, please, and I just want to read what you say in 4 paragraphs of your statement and then just ask you a little about it. So you say this: the consideration and decisions required to deliver interim compensation impact on many of the recommendations in the compensation framework study, such as delivery, administration, oversight scope and statutory and/or legislative requirements, all of which were under active consideration by officials prior to the inquiry's 29th of July report and remain so through a network of cross-government working groups. Paragraph 10, picking it up at the very last line of the page, having referred to the commissioning of Sir Robert's study, you say work continues across government and with the, if we go to the next page, active participation of the devolved administrations to consider Sir Robert's recommendations as evidence to the inquiry and the views of infected and affected witnesses so that government can respond swiftly to any recommendations relating to compensation in the inquiry's final report. Then you say, I won't read out paragraph 11, but you refer to certain aspects of Sir Robert's recommendations. And then in the penultimate sentence, you say officials are giving the recommendations thorough consideration, but at this stage, no decisions have been taken on what a final scheme might look like, nor have options been presented to me at this stage. The department's keen to develop solutions holistically. This remains an area of ongoing policy development. And then paragraph 12, you refer to cross-government work, and then you say that as part of wider work in preparation for the inquiry's final report, this work includes, for example, consideration of other national and international compensation schemes, their scope and methods of administration, principles of eligibility, scope and delivery. The work will also include preliminary costs estimates. So you're describing there, as I understand it, your understanding, presumably based upon what your officials are telling you, about what the state of play was by mid-late November 2022, a few weeks after you've taken up your position.
That is the case, based on the oral briefing that I'd received.
And then, in terms of what you've described as the active consideration and the giving of the recommendations thorough consideration, at this point in time, the government had Sir Robert's report for around 8 months. Now, I'm not asking you for details of meetings or details of different options being considered, but are you able to give any more flesh on the bones of what kind of work was being undertaken by officials and had been undertaken by officials over the preceding months? Do you have any knowledge of that?
My understanding, again, this is prior to my arrival as Minister in the Department, but my understanding is that there have been many meetings held at official level, including contact, as I understand it, with the devolved administrations as per the written statement. And that had continued from the delivery of Sir Robert's study. I think that a lot of work and a lot of focus have been put into the delivery of the interim payments after the announcement by this inquiry of their recommendation, the approval of that recommendation. And that had been a huge focus, particularly of senior time, to get that out in a short period and to meet, as we did meet, the deadline of the end of October. But my understanding is that work had been ongoing. That was prior to my arrival on the 25th of October.
Would it be right to understand, not least I think from your own subsequent actions and the fact that you tell us later that you give us dates of first meetings of permanent secretaries and then your own establishment of a small ministerial group. So would it be right to understand that as at the date of this statement, 21st of November, the work that had been undertaken, leaving aside the interim payment question, had been at official level rather than ministerial level? Because you said there were no options or decisions yet presented to you.
Again, my nervousness is that as I wasn't a minister at the time, I don't know the extent of ministerial involvement prior to my arrival on the 25th of October. So that's my nervousness. But I think that a lot of work has been done at official level. I'm aware of that. I'm not aware of other, for example, cross-ministerial groups. Certainly no cross-ministerial groups were established prior to my arrival, as far as I'm aware.
You say in paragraph 11, which is still on the screen, the department is keen to develop solutions holistically. Which department are you referring to there? Is that the Department of Health? Because elsewhere, when you're talking about the Cabinet Office, you use the phrase Cabinet Office.
I believe I would not refer to another department in this context. I'm sure that would have been a reference I would have intended to mean the Cabinet Office in that sentence.
And what does being keen to develop solutions holistically mean?
I'm sure it would have meant making certain that an overarching vision is created of how a compensation scheme would work and would operate, and that therefore whilst individual steps might be achieved, that could be done in the context of an overall establishment of a compensation scheme that, if approved, would work.
And then if we look at paragraph 12, the second sentence, it says the work includes, for example, consideration of other national and international compensation schemes, their scope and methods of administration, principles of eligibility, scope and delivery. Now, the government, having commissioned bespoke independent advice specifically in relation to a compensation framework for those infected and affected, and indeed the government, knowing that the study produced by Sir Robert was under consideration by the inquiry and was expecting the inquiry to make its own recommendations. It's not clear from your statement why the work 8 months on from Sir Robert's report was including consideration of other national and international compensation schemes. Is that something you're able to assist us in understanding further?
So the internal work conducted in response to Sir Robert's study would have been formulated before my time and before I became a minister. So I'm relaying to the inquiry what work was ongoing at that time.
Based upon what you know now, having been in office for a number of months, are you able to assist us in understanding, again, in broad terms, not asking for details of specific options, in broad terms, why the government is, well, whether the government is still considering and looking at other national and international compensation schemes, or whether that was just a piece of background work that's been completed? Do you know the answer to that?
Yes, I'm aware that we've looked at what other international schemes have done. That's a piece of work I've seen, yes.
We can pick up from your next statement, I don't need it on screen at the moment, in terms of the chronology of events post-dating this first statement to the inquiry. You describe a first meeting of senior officials taking place on the 30th of November 2022, and then you describe the setting up of a small ministerial group, SMG, in February, which meets for the first time in February 2023. How are those timescales consistent with working at pace, which is the phrase that both Mr. Ellis used and that you've used?
Well, I'll tell you the genesis of those groups, if that's helpful.
Yes, please.
So, as you mentioned, I came into office on the 25th of October, had a briefing on the 27th of October, and that briefing satisfied me that we were doing, the work was being undertaken, that the focus was on Sir Brian's final report. So I was happy that that work was ongoing. I look forward to receiving briefings on it. I look forward to the work progressing with a view to Sir Brian's final report. The Parliament is always helpful, and there was a Westminster Hall debate, I think on the 24th of November, when it became very clear that the government's aspiration is to make certain that we were, the scale that we were working to with the concept of being ready for Sir Brian's report was not matched by what members of Parliament had thought, and I studied that debate carefully. I then went more closely into all elements of what we're doing, and I took the view that we needed to increase senior attention, increase resources on the issue to ensure that we were going to meet what we aspired to do, and that the more we could say, to your earlier point regarding being open and transparent, that the more we could say earlier, the better. That gave rise, in consultation with my officials, to that permanent secretaries group to ensure that there was, at the most senior level within the civil service, that there was focus, which would help galvanise work through the system. And in January, I came to the view that that would be assisted significantly by having a small ministerial group, and so that was also established. And that has helped to drive consideration across government.
It's clear from your statements that on your watch, if I can use the phrase Ms. Mordaunt used yesterday, you have taken a particular step in relation to the decision-making process, which is the establishment of the small ministerial group that hadn't previously been taken. And on your watch, meetings at permanent secretary level have started to take place, and you've given us the dates in your statements of those meetings. It might be said, it almost certainly will be said by those listening, that should have been done a lot earlier. Now, I'm not asking this question as a criticism of you, Mr. Quin, because you were not the minister until late October 2022. But as a minister, do you have any observations or comments on that it appears it's only when you took over that those senior meetings commenced, and they should have started a lot earlier?
I can only speak to my time in office, and I was really keen to get those senior meetings in place, and I think that has helped, although there are still issues to be resolved and decisions to be taken. What I would also say in respect to my predecessors is that a huge amount of work was undertaken to get the interim payment made on time, and that did require, coming back to answer to one of my earlier questions, clearly there would have been ministerial engagement in that, and that was in the context, as I think the Leader of the House said yesterday, there was some political turbulence at the time as well.
Yes.
So I can only speak to my time in office in terms of my actions.
Can I then just ask you to look at the debate on the 24th of November 2022? I don't think you were present at the debate,
No.
And it's a Parliamentary Under-Secretary who responds. But there's just some general matters I wanted to explore with you, if I may. It's RLIT 302107, please, Lawrence. And we begin with Dame Diana Johnson. And if we go to the bottom of the second page, please, Lawrence. Could we look at the last paragraph? So I just wanted to pick it up at the last few lines. No, in fact, I think I probably should read the whole paragraph to put it in context. So this is what Dame Diana Johnson said. Unfortunately, although the study results of that Sir Robert study were sent to the Cabinet Office in March, the government refused to publish it at that time. Instead, they promised to publish it alongside a full government response, but the study was leaked to the press and the government was then forced to publish the report in June. However, there's still no official response to Sir Robert's study. 5 months on, we're still waiting for that full government response. We very much look forward to what the Minister has to say today about Sir Robert's study, as the government have now had a total of 8 months to review the findings of the study. I hope the Minister will be able to provide a detailed response and firm commitments. And then this, and these are really the matters I wanted to just ask for your thoughts on. So Dame Diana says this, just to remind the Minister again, time is of the essence with this group. Mr. Quin, does the government, from your perspective, truly get that?
I absolutely believe it does, and I absolutely get it. And I see that from the correspondence I get from fellow MPs, from the people I meet in a constituency setting, from the meeting I've had with the APPG. The sheer weight of loss is extraordinary. It is ongoing. It's a scandal that shouldn't have happened. And the time, I recognise that this is not just over the weeks or months. There's been decades in which people have been waiting for a redress.
And then she continues, the inquiry will already have been running for 6 years when it concludes next year. Too many lives have been lost. Too much suffering has been caused. The victims of the contaminated blood scandal must not be made to wait any longer, either for answers or for action. What comes next from the government should be marked by openness and a full commitment to deliver justice to everyone affected by this scandal. Again, does the government accept and acknowledge those matters and accept and acknowledge that those are the objectives that it should be seeking to fulfill?
The objectives being to ensure that there's redress and recognition of the sufferings.
Yes, to deliver justice to everyone affected without being made to wait longer than necessary.
Correct.
And then if we can just turn to page 15, please, and see, so I think if we start on page 14, we look at the bottom of the page under the heading, the Parliamentary Secretary Cabinet Office. So that's a more junior minister within the Cabinet Office, is that right?
Yes, he is the other, yes, he is my junior minister, indeed.
And then we can just, picking it up at the bottom of the page, we can see he says, I'm confident that Sir Brian Langstaff's infected blood inquiry, whose report we expect in the middle of next year, will deliver the answers that the victims of infected blood have waited so long for. and will make recommendations for compensation and wider recommendations to ensure that such a disaster can never happen again in our country. So this, I think, is right to understand from both this and elsewhere. The government, throughout the time that you have been in post, was expecting that this inquiry would make recommendations about compensation. Leave aside the question of when those recommendations might be made.
As part, yes, my assumption was as part of the final report, but I certainly assumed that there would be recommendations made on compensation, absolutely.
And then if we go to the next page, please, Lawrence, and if we can zoom in on the sort of first 2/3 of the page so I can find the right passage. Yes, if we could pick it up. Yeah, so pick it up where, although it would be wrong for me to try and second guess. Could you just zoom in on those paragraphs, please, Lawrence? Although it would be wrong for me to try and second guess the likely recommendations of the independent inquiry, I fully expect Sir Brian to make recommendations about broader final compensation for the many victims of infected blood. In his interim report, Sir Brian referred specifically to bereaved parents and children, said that the moral case for their compensation was beyond doubt. He recognised what he called the greater degree of personal individualisation necessary in determining compensation for that group of victims. The complex nature of it made it difficult to include the group of bereaved victims in an interim scheme intended to be introduced as rapidly as possible. There can be little doubt that once he has considered the arguments in closing submissions, Sir Brian's final report will make recommendations about compensation for a far wider group of people. So again, just pausing there, it's clear from this, it was the government's expectation that this inquiry's compensation recommendations, when they came, would go beyond the cohorts of individuals who, to whom the interim payments have been directed.
I believe that would be the case, yes.
And then this, Sir Robert's study was commissioned so that the government would be ready to address quickly any recommendations on compensation made by the inquiry. Officials are now working together across government to produce options for compensation that can be quickly matched to the inquiry's recommendations. On the point made by the Right Honourable Member for Kingston upon Hull North, Dame Diana Johnson, at the start of the debate, we have the resource in place across government to do that work. We are doing it with the intention of being able to respond very swiftly to the inquiry's findings when they come. So, as at the end of November 2022, would this be a fair summary of the government's position? It was expecting to receive recommendations from this inquiry about compensation. It was, I think, at that stage expecting that those would come in mid-2023. As we know, they came slightly earlier, but mid-2023. And its plan was to have done everything it needed to do to be able to respond very swiftly to those recommendations.
That is a fair summary of the position at that time.
Thank you. Now, that then was 24th of November. Again, just sticking with your own direct involvement as much as I can now. You wrote to the Chancellor of the Exchequer on the 5th of December 2022. Could we just have that letter up on screen, please, Lawrence? It's WITN 7526003. And if we go to the next page, so we see there the letter, 5th of December, and addressed to Jeremy Hunt, Chancellor of the Exchequer. And the heading tells us in broad terms the purpose, right round, to agree acceptance of 3 recommendations in the compensation framework study by Sir Robert Francis KC. And then you say, I'm writing to the Home Affairs Committee to seek clearance to 1, accept recommendations 1, 4 and 19 made by Sir Robert Francis, and then 2, formally accept that there's a strong moral case for compensation as articulated in Sir Robert's first recommendation, building on government's acceptance of the case for interim compensation payments announced on the 17th of August. And then just the next paragraph. I'm seeking clearance ahead of an announcement outlining planned cross-government work over the coming months in consideration of infected blood compensation. on the 15th of December. Responses are required at 5 p.m. 12th of December. So can I just ask you to help us understand the process here? What's the reason for this letter being directed to the Chancellor of the Exchequer?
The Chancellor chairs the Home Affairs Committee, which is a subcommittee of the Cabinet. So I should explain that the small ministerial group to which I referred earlier does not have decision-making powers on behalf of the government. It can help coordinate and help departments understand each other's positions. Actual decisions of the government have to be taken by a cabinet or a decision or a subcommittee of the cabinet, and the Chancellor is the chairman. The Chancellor is the chairman of the Home Affairs Committee to which this is directed.
And then the process of right round, Ms Mordaunt referred to it yesterday, and we've heard it from other witnesses dealing with earlier events, but could, again, for the benefit of those listening today, what is that process of right round?
There are some issues that are best undertaken and decided in committee. So the Home Affairs Committee could meet with the relevant ministers around the table to deliberate and decide on a particular issue. If there has been sufficient work done to agree consensus, for example, through the working of a small ministerial group, it may be possible to, rather than meet in person, to send a letter, which will then go out to all the relevant ministers in their departments. They will then respond to the chairman of the committee saying whether they do or do not accept the proposition being advocated by that particular minister. If everyone agrees, that's government policy. If there is dissent, at that point you need to have further engagement before an agreement can be taken up collectively.
And it would appear from this that the right round process is something that can, and obviously it will depend on the context, but can in principle be done fairly quickly because you're here writing on the 5th of December and requiring a response within a week.
Yes, as you'll appreciate, that the writing the letter and receiving the letter is that's the easy part of it. It's making certain that there is agreement to what they contain, and that can take weeks or months.
We know you did, in relation to the moral case for compensation, get that agreement because you made an announcement on the 15th of December. Could we then just go to the second page, please? And I just want to pick it up in the last two paragraphs on that page. Again, you refer to Sir Robert's study. It is commissioned in order to provide the government with advice on potential compensation framework designs and solutions which can be ready to implement upon the conclusion of the inquiry, etc. You set out the expectation that there will be further recommendations. You say we must be ready to respond positively and swiftly to them. To that end, Cabinet Office officials will establish cross-government working groups to take forward separate work strands related to the study. So I think the natural inference, I think, from that letter is that such cross-government working groups hadn't to date been established. Is that right?
Well, working groups so work had been conducted between departments. I suspect what this is referring to is the establishment of the permanent secretary level group. I suspect that's what the reference is.
And then you go on to say, in the next paragraph, you refer to there being a very low level of trust of the government among campaigners. You refer to meetings you had with the APPG. You say that they, co-chairs of the APPG, had vociferously made the point that on this issue, in their view, HMG tends to be very reactive. You refer to the government being criticised for not having made more progress or provided a full response. You say a full response is not possible before cross-government work in consideration of Sir Robert's detailed recommendations is complete. This will take some time. Work is underway with the intention of completion by May 2023, ahead of publication of the inquiry's final report expected in July 2023. So in terms of the government's own deadline for this work, the plan as at early December 2022 was that it would be completed by May. Is that right?
That was my intention, as set out in this letter to the Chancellor and the Home Affairs committee, I wanted to drive progress as swiftly as I could.
Okay. Now, we know that hasn't happened, but I'll come on to that because I want to take this chronologically. You then say, I still think it is important to provide reassurance via an oral statement, reference progress made and the government's determination to be well prepared for the publication of the Langstaff report expected in mid-2023. So we just go over to the top of the next page. The obverse is also true. A failure to make a statement will increase mistrust and may even foster the erroneous view that HMG is not intending to respond appropriately to Sir Brian Langstaff's recommendations. Again, that's a theme I'll pick up later, Mr. Quin. And then, it's therefore my intention to update Parliament as this work progresses, providing as much detail as I can on specific areas of work, including where possible formal acceptance of other recommendations as work strands are completed, seeking collective agreement where necessary, and then you say you'd like to be as forward-leaning as possible when you announce the acceptance of the moral case for compensation. So it looks from this as though what your thinking was at the time in terms of the process is that as and when decisions were made on particular issues, you were or particular recommendations, you were hoping you might be able to make announcements on a rolling basis rather than just making a single announcement at the end of all the work. Is that a fair way to read what you're saying here?
That is.
Again, I'll pick that up when we come to where we are as at today. The moral case for compensation, you were given the green light to make that formal statement, which you then made in December 2022, 15th of December, accepting the moral case for compensation. What did the government mean by accepting the moral case for compensation? Can you help us with your thinking or your understanding of the government's thinking in that respect?
Well, it was the acceptance of a recommendation, recommendation 1, and as per Sir Robert, there's a strong moral case for a publicly funded scheme to compensate both infected and affected victims, as set out.
So it's an acceptance that, is this right? I don't want to put words in your mouth. It's an acceptance that establishing a compensation scheme is the morally right thing to do.
Yes, I think it does both that and also says that we shouldn't be constrained by any strict legal liability, that there is something, certainly as a layman, not as a lawyer, I would take a moral case to say that there are grounds to be more generous than that would be required by law in these circumstances, for very good reasons, as set out by Sir Robert and indeed Sir Brian.
And then if we could just briefly look at what you said in Parliament on the 15th of December 2022. So that is COLL 5022, please, Lawrence. So we looked at part of this text earlier, but if we go to the second page, if I can pick it up in the third paragraph, this was your update to Parliament. Cross-government working group coordinated by the Cabinet Office is taking forward work strands. Cross-departmental group at permanent secretary level has been convened. And then you refer to Sir Robert having agreed to provide independent, transparent advice to the group as work progresses. Is that something which has continued? Are you able to say, Mr. Quin?
No, it hasn't. I've spoken to Sir Robert subsequently. He was never called upon to give ongoing advice into that committee by the Permanent Secretary Group, which subsequently had less prominence, I think, was the SMG was formed.
And then you say, it's my intention over the coming months to update the House on progress and where it is possible to provide greater clarity on the government's response to Sir Robert's recommendations prior to Sir Brian's report being published. Again, that's an issue I'll come back to. And then the next paragraph, then we can see your formal acceptance of the moral case for compensation. Can we then go to the top of the next page, please, Lawrence? Second paragraph. You say this, those infected and affected have suffered enough, and then you refer to the government's actions through payment of interim compensation. You say, last sentence, we've much to do, but I wish to assure the House this is a priority for the government and will continue to progress it. And then, if we could turn to page 4, we see the heading just about over a third of the way down the page of your name again. And then the second paragraph below that, you say, I cannot commit to a timetable. The reason is I do not want to say anything in this House that we cannot meet. There's a complex series of steps to be undertaken, work to be done, etc. It is my intention to update the House as we make progress. We must do so in order to ensure that those infected and affected are fully apprised of the progress we're making. Now, I'll come on to the question of a timetable later, but you were telling Parliament in December 2022 that you wanted to be able to give the House information as and when you could, when progress was made. And you're saying in terms that at least a reason for that, an important reason, is the importance of ensuring that those infected and affected were fully apprised of the progress.
Yes, my position at the time was that we would do all the work to be ready to respond as swiftly as possible to the inquiry's final report, which I believe would contain compensation recommendations. It was also the case that if I could set out building blocks which would help in towards that process, towards being in towards the government's response on compensation, that's something I would like to do, and would then make statements accordingly. There wasn't a commitment to do so, there's no timetable set out, but it's certainly my thinking and my hope that we could produce some further progress and announce that in advance of Sir Brian's final report, albeit that the absolute focus and the overriding position was the work was designed to be able to respond swiftly as possible to the inquiry's final report.
And that reflected, no doubt, the government's understanding that the further recommendations on compensation that the inquiry might make would be contained in its final report.
Correct.
Again, I'll come back to the question of waiting for the final report. But before I do that, I just want to then pick up on some points of detail and some dates and so on. You set them out in your second statement. I'm not proposing to put the statement up on screen unless it would assist. But you tell us in that second statement that I think starting around early January 2023, you asked for more frequent briefing. And why was that? Were you concerned that you weren't being kept up to date, or that was that to try and encourage officials to act more speedily?
As a minister, there's a number of levers you can pull. You have committed people, and actually the people who work for me on this are absolutely committed, in my experience, to getting redress for those who suffered. But you have a number of levers you can pull, and I was pulling levers to ensure that we were absolutely doing our utmost to get on top of issues, get to resolution, get announcements. And 3 elements of that is the Permanent Secretaries Group, the SMG, and also asking for regular briefings and, as appropriate, increasing resource.
You also tell us in your second statement, I don't think we have the precise date, but it doesn't matter, but that it was agreed that the Department of Health and Social Care would establish a new team to undertake an analysis of cost and scale of implementation. Does that mean that work of analysis of scale and cost hadn't yet begun?
I'm not aware of that analysis having been undertaken at anything other than a very top-level view.
Again, I'm conscious that you only come into position in late October, but given that the government had had Sir Robert's report since the middle of March 2022, at first blush at least, that seems somewhat surprising that that work, and one understands why the government would want to have that information, but that work wasn't commissioned until early 2023.
I was very keen to see that work done.
Do you have any understanding as to why it wasn't commissioned earlier?
I can only speak for myself as that was clearly something that was important for the government to have for all kinds of reasons, and I was keen to get that commissioned and work underway.
Would you accept that it's not, that time frame of that work only being commissioned essentially on your watch in early 2023 is not consistent with working at pace?
I can only comment for the decisions that I've taken. I certainly thought that was necessary and important that we had that underway.
Now, in terms of other meetings, you've given us the dates in your statements of the various meetings. So I think we have the first meeting of senior officials, 30th of November 2022, the first small ministerial group meeting, 22nd of February 2023. And then there have been, I think you tell us, there was a second SMG meeting, if I can use that acronym, small ministerial group meeting, in March, and then 2 meetings in May and a meeting in June. I'm not, as you know, going to ask you for details of what was discussed at those meetings, but are you able to assist us by telling us whether there have been any subsequent SMG meetings since the 14th of June?
Yes, there was a subsequent meeting in July.
And in terms of the permanent secretaries' meetings, on my putting together of a chronology of dates from your statement, the last such permanent secretaries' meeting that you give a date for is the 26th of April 2023. Have there been any subsequent permanent secretaries' meetings, do you know?
I believe so. Slight caveat, because I don't get invited to those meetings and I don't receive the minutes of those meetings, to my knowledge. But I believe there has been a subsequent meeting of the permanent secretaries at permanent sec level. What I would say, however, is that the more an SMG works, often that becomes the focus rather than the permanent secretary group. So they will be coordinated together. But my understanding is that there has been a further permanent secretary meeting since then.
And just to complete the chronology, the other category of meetings which have taken place, I think starting in June, have been meetings that you have had, whether virtually or otherwise, with health ministers of the devolved administrations.
Yes, 2 such meetings with the health ministers for Scotland and Wales and the permanent secretary of the Health Department in Northern Ireland.
Yes, you're right, obviously, not a health minister in Northern Ireland, given the current situation. So, in early April 2023, obviously this inquiry produced its second interim report, and you then gave a statement on the 19th of April 2023 to Parliament, and perhaps we could just briefly look at that. RLIT 0002126, please, Lawrence. And you refer to the publication of the inquiry's second interim report. I'm not going to go through the detail of what you set out, but could we go to the next page, please? Bottom half of the next page. And if we could just zoom in on that bottom half, please, Lawrence. So just picking up what you say here, you refer to the publication of the report, you say that the recommendations are complex and need careful consideration. You say then, in the second paragraph on screen, I'd like to reassure the House that while the government are progressing work to ensure that we're in the best possible position to respond fully at the end of the inquiry, every recommendation by Sir Brian, including in relation to timing and a further interim repayment, is receiving intense focus. Then there's a reference to the issue of psychological support in the recommendation there. And then you say this, in closing, I would like to reiterate the need for peace. People die every week as a result of the impact of the scandal. This government want to deliver resolution. We're working at pace across all relevant departments to consider the recommendations as outlined in this latest report and to ensure that we're best placed to respond to the inquiry's final report. Now, that's 19th of April. We are now late July. We are well over a year since Sir Robert's report was delivered to the government. We are over 3 months on from the delivery of this inquiry's report with its recommendations for compensation. And those who are infected and affected are at present no closer to knowing what the government intends to do. Is, given what you've said in particular in that last paragraph, the need for pace, people die every week, is that good enough?
Given the scandal and the enormity of what happened and the impact that's had on so many people's lives, there are no good answers in terms of producing redress, and nothing can in any way compensate. What I want to see, what the government wants to see, is a proper resolution to this. It is difficult to formulate and conclude a response. I recognise that, but I'm absolutely determined that we do make create a fair and equitable settlement, which I've said before.
Just going to press you for an answer, if I may. And I'm not here looking at, I'm not looking at simply the period that you have been Minister. Recognise that you have taken steps that were not taken, in terms of processes that were not taken by your predecessor. But looking at the overall period of time since the government has had Sir Robert Francis's recommendations, and the further period of time since the inquiry has delivered its recommendations, and appreciating, as I do in asking this question, that there's obviously a lot of work to do in setting up a compensation scheme. Is it good enough that the government still have given no indication of what it actually might do?
The government from the outset has said that they would want to respond swiftly to, in terms of the substance of a compensation scheme, swiftly to Sir Brian's final report. And I appreciate that Sir Brian, an inquiry, has said that that is their final word on compensation. As I've said in the House of Commons before now, I've got absolutely no doubt that those compensation proposals will be put into very upsetting context when the full findings of the report are released.
So I note the time. I'm going to be probably another half an hour, 40 minutes or so, I think, in my questions. I'm happy to continue or take a break. It's entirely a matter for you, sir.
Well, I think we will take a break. If I can explain, there will be a further break, which will be after the 45 minutes or so. I say or so with due respect to Ms. Richards, it's Council's estimate of time, because she will have to field questions which there may be for you from those who are representing the various core participants engaged in the inquiry. And as you know, the Act provides that they have a right to put questions through counsel. She has to have time to consider those questions, and they indeed will have to listen to everything you say before they finally formulate those questions. So there will be a further gap, further delay at that stage. Well, we'll take it as it comes. For the moment, I think 35 minutes yesterday was sufficient for everyone to get what they needed by way of refreshment and relief. And we'll take a break then until, well, let us say 10 to 12. 10 to 12.
And so the normal warning for the witness.
Yes, of course. I will say to you what I say to all witnesses. You're giving evidence. What you must not do is discuss anything you have been asked or anything you think you may yet be asked with anyone, whoever that anyone might be. I look forward to seeing you back at 10 to 12.
Exactly.
Quinn, I want to turn to the question of timescales now and going forward. So if we could have your second witness statement on screen, WITN 7526002, please, Lawrence. And if we could go to the third page, paragraph 8. So you say in paragraph 8, having enhanced my understanding of the issue in November 2022, I was keen to set a challenging internal deadline to complete consideration of the Sir Robert Francis Study's recommendations by May 2023. And then you refer to the letter you sent to the Chancellor, which we looked at before the break. Now, that's the internal deadline. You told Parliament on the 15th of December, and again, we looked at it before the break, so I'm not proposing to put it on screen again, that you couldn't commit to a timetable. And as I understand it from the statement you made to Parliament, part of the reason for that may have been not wanting to commit to a timetable unless you were confident you could deliver it. Is that right?
Absolutely right.
But although you didn't commit to a timetable in public, you did internally have the deadline that you've referred to in your statement. Would it have been, do you think, looking at it now, of some assistance to make that internal deadline public for two reasons? The first, it might well provide important encouragement for officials, especially if matters have been proceeding slowly up to that point. And secondly, it might remove a small measure of uncertainty for those infected and affected, to have at least some understanding of what timetable the government was trying to work to.
To your first point, officials and my ministerial colleagues were in no doubt that of my desire and the government's desire to make progress. So, and they were, as you say, that was a letter to the Home Affairs Committee of the Cabinet. For internal purposes, that was setting a challenging deadline. I recognise it would be a challenging deadline, but sometimes you need to set challenging deadlines in government to get momentum. And so that was an internal target. I was very conscious in setting that deadline that a lot of work needed to be done, and I had not at that stage had a small ministerial group going through with colleagues as to what would be achievable. So as the coordinator, as the chair of that SMG, saying this is what we should be working to was an appropriate thing to do, but without agreeing that with ministerial colleagues and having a collective agreement to be giving assurance to Parliament and indeed to the community that that is a deadline I would be hitting would be a rash thing to do.
Do you see that from the perspective of those most intimately concerned with this matter, those infected, those affected, that if they don't have any information about deadlines or likely timescales, from their perspective, first of all they're seeing is what may seem to them to be inertia or apathy. And secondly, they have themselves, it has the potential to increase their sense of hopelessness.
I recognise that. It is incredibly, I recognise how much hurt has gone on for so long, and that with Sir Robert's study and with this inquiry, there is a real sense that finally we're getting to a conclusion. And that is also my view, that finally we're getting to a conclusion. So the fact that there's the moral case for compensation, it's incredibly helpful to have the second interim report out. This all helps us to develop the government's conclusions. But I'm really worried about, given the history, to say, don't you worry, by the end of May, we will have we will be able to announce substantive progress on the following issues, and then not to hit that deadline is something I was acutely aware not to do. I do not want to give people a false expectation. I want to give people an expectation that I could not meet, and at that stage, I was not in a position to know that we would be able to hit a May deadline, and indeed, we weren't.
So the May deadline has passed, and we are now some 8 months or so on from your letter to the Chancellor in early December. Are you able to tell us now what timescale the government is working to?
The objective remains to be able to respond as swiftly as possible after the final report. And I heard Sir Brian yesterday. I understand the final report will be in autumn. And our objective as a government is to ensure that we can respond swiftly, as swiftly as possible after the final report.
I want to come on to, in a moment, the question of waiting for the final report. Would you accept this, that it would be wrong for this matter not to have reached some form of conclusion in terms of a government announcement of its response on compensation before the end of this year? So wrong if it were to shift into next year, not least because there is the possibility of a general election next year with all the attendant uncertainties as to when and all the attendant constraints created by election purdah.
I'm really keen to get an announcement as soon as possible. And the one thing I may add, if it's helpful, because it goes back to the letter to the Chancellor, is a desire to try and show, as I've discussed, some of the building blocks towards a substantive response. That remained a focus throughout, but to ensure above all that we're in a position to come up with a substantive response as soon as possible after the final report. I really, really do want to have that as soon as possible, and that is a view that is shared, I know, across government.
As soon as possible is quite a loose frame, because Mr. Ellis used that very phrase in July 2022, and we're 12 months on. And I'm sure you'd agree that 12 months is not as soon as possible. Are you able to be any more precise than that?
The response from the government will be a full government response, a cross-government agreement. So I'm not empowered to be able to set a deadline for the government to respond. I'm not in a position to do that today. It would be wrong for me to pretend that I could come to this inquiry and say, I've got cross-government agreement for a response by this date. That's not the position I'm in. And so I can only tell you that the government is committed to responding as soon as they can after the final report. And as I've said consistently, if there are things we're able to say before the final report, that would be great, but a substantive report after the final report, as a substantial response after the final report. I can't give a date because I'm not in a position, I'm not empowered to do that.
In your first statement, as at 21st of November, you said at that point in time, no decisions had been made and no options had been presented to you for consideration. 8-9 months further on, and again, I stress I'm not asking you for the details of the options that are under consideration, or maybe under consideration, in terms of the specifics, but has the decision-making reached a stage at which there are now options that are being considered at a ministerial level?
Yes, I think I can give you that assurance that there is that because of the work that has been done, there is far greater clarity on the issues, and is now in a position where some significant decisions need to be made, but I'm far more confident that we have the building blocks that are required for those decisions to be made in government.
Can we just look at the Chair's second interim report? It's INQY. Sorry, I feel I should know this number off by heart. 0000453. And I just want to go to the very last page, please, Lawrence. So as you'll know, Mr. Quin, the report has at the end all of the Chair's recommendations set out. Most of the recommendations are what I could call recommendations of substance, so what the scheme should look like, what the kind of awards should be made, and so on. Recommendation 18, the last recommendation, is a recommendation of timing. Set up now and should begin work this year. If the government is proposing to wait until after the final report is received before making a decision or announcing a decision, is it right to understand that the government is effectively rejecting recommendation 18?
None of the, I can't think of any of the recommendations that we've gone through and taken a decision as a government to reject. But there are practical consequences which come to bear. One of them, as I've referred in the House of Commons, I did refer to a number of the issues that with which we're contending. One of them is the strong likelihood of the requirement for primary legislation to establish the compensation scheme. And that, as the Leader of the House referred to yesterday, would take time. As the Leader of the House said yesterday, the decisions on legislation tend to be made prior to and announced as part of the King's Speech, and then there is some time following that to put legislation in place. So that is one constraint in terms of timing.
Can I come then to this question of waiting until the inquiry's final report is available? Why is that the government's position? What is it that you think you'll, when I say you, I mean the government, Mr. Quin, I should say, that you will learn that's so essential to the decision making, that it's worth deferring any announcement on the compensation scheme until then?
My understanding is that it's entirely a matter of the inquiry. My understanding is that the final report is likely to come out in the autumn, is my understanding. There is absolutely no reason why the government should hold back on taking as many decisions as it can and being in a position to respond very swiftly after the final report is announced. And that is the process that we're doing. I'm afraid I've lost my train of thought. Would you mind repeating the question?
Of course. What is it about the final report or, that means that you are waiting for it? What do you expect to learn from the final report that's relevant to the decision to establish a compensation scheme and the form that it takes?
Thank you for repeating the question. I'm sorry I had to ask for it to be repeated. There is an awful lot we know. And so my decision on behalf of the government, so the government's decision which I had which I announced about the moral case of compensation, that came out of everything we've heard from these inquiries and the work of Sir Robert's study as well. So it is clear that there is, in our view, there is a moral case for compensation. It is clear that we are doing work to produce that case for compensation. It is likely that a lot of the recommendations in the inquiry's second interim report they're quite novel in some respects, and they also will involve, although no decisions have been taken as yet, a substantial amount of taxpayers' funds, unsurprisingly, given the appalling history of this scandal. Being able to put the government's response into the context of those findings is a useful and helpful thing to do in justifying our actions and setting out why we've undertaken the steps that we have and explaining how any compensation scheme that is brought forward is put in the context of other recommendations and other actions of the government in response to the overall final report on this scandal.
That sounds as though, Mr. Quin, that following receipt of the inquiry's final report, if you're going to be looking also at not just all the findings, and there'll no doubt be quite a lot of those, but also any other recommendations that the chair makes, wholly unrelated to compensation. If you're going to do all that before you make an announcement on a compensation scheme, that's months, isn't it?
No, I wouldn't wish that to be read into my answer. Although again, no decision's been taken on government as to how we'd respond to the report we haven't received, I would not see any reason why the government should say we cannot respond to the compensation elements prior to responding to other findings in respect to the inquiry. So I'm not putting a blocker on the government responding to the compensation elements prior to us having a substantive response to other elements of the findings. And I would, if I may, also say that it is incredibly useful to have had the second interim report when it came out. So it really is useful that we've had that. This is where the inquiry's ended on compensation. That's the final word on compensation. What do we do to ensure that we are in the best possible place? So it is incredibly useful to have had that second interim report early.
Can I just explore this issue of waiting to the final report a little further with you? In May, I think it was May of 2021, the then Secretary of State for Health, Matt Hancock, said on oath to this inquiry that if the inquiry recommends compensation, it will be paid. December 2022, the government having made the interim payments that were recommended in the autumn, you accepted on behalf of the government the moral case for compensation. The chair's second interim report says in terms, wrongs were done at individual, collective and systemic levels. And you yourself on the 22nd of June, and you've referred to this in your evidence already, said that you were certain that the full report would put those proposals into further and these were your words, I fear in many ways deeply upsetting context. So pulling all those together, the government's not expecting the final report, I think, to be happy reading. Is that right? From the government's perspective?
I think it will unveil very, very significant issues that happened over many decades and should never, ever have happened.
But given everything else, given the acceptance of the moral case, given Mr. Hancock's acceptance of the principle of compensation if recommended, why wait until receipt of the final report when you have already the final word on compensation from this inquiry?
In practical terms, there is still work to be done and decisions to be made. So I would not wish the inquiry to think that everything is ready and we're just sitting waiting for the final report. That would not be a conclusion I wish you to take. So there is work to be done for us to be ready for the final report. So that is one just very real practical issue. There is advantage in being able to set out in response to, as part of our response, in part of the compensation scheme, any compensation scheme that is brought forward, they put that in the context of the final report and all the losses that have taken place over that period.
I appreciate you can't make policy or make decisions in the witness box, Mr. Quin, so let me put this, before I leave this particular topic list to you in this way. Can I, invite you to take back to your colleagues for conscious consideration and conscientious consideration the question of uncoupling what the government does in response to the Sir Robert Francis study and the interim report from this inquiry, uncoupling that from the final report. I invite you to have further discussions within government with your colleagues about whether that's really necessary or appropriate, given the very particular history of this matter.
Absolutely made the point, and I commit to discussing that again with my colleagues.
And then can I just put to you, sorry, I said I was leaving this topic, just one further matter to explore. What I want to put to you, Mr. Quin, is two concerns that have been expressed by many of those who are infected or affected about why the government has said it won't make its decision, its announcement until the final report. So I'm going to put them to you and then invite you to comment to the extent that you feel able to do so. Some fear that it's being used as an excuse because there has been delay to date, because the government hasn't acted as quickly as it should have done. Others fear that the decision to wait for the final report is because at that point the inquiry ceases to have any powers and the government would be free to disregard the inquiry's recommendations with impunity. Now, those are very real concerns amongst some who would stand potentially to be the beneficiaries of a compensation scheme. Are you able to say anything about those matters?
In my dealings across government, I see no suggestion that any of my colleagues want to come to a conclusion other than bringing forward a full response to the work of the inquiry and making certain that we set out our response. And as I say, it is no decisions have been made, but all the arguments in favour of a compensation scheme, and you've quoted in particular my reference to the moral case having been made, and to what others have said in the past, that still stands.
Can I then move to a couple of other topics and then just come back with some final, more general questions? Meetings with the devolved administrations. You've given us the dates in your statement. I think there were 2 meetings in the last couple of months. And they resulted in the publication of a joint communique. Perhaps we'll just put that up on screen. RLIT 302157, please, Lawrence. So we can see here this joint communique, 12th of June. Second bullet point tells us this is the first occasion that ministers and the Northern Ireland Permanent Secretary have met to discuss the report. Do you know whether there had been any ministerial meetings prior to that to discuss Sir Robert Francis's report across the devolved administrations?
I'm not aware of any.
And then there's reference to the moral case, proposal that there's going to be a further meeting in the coming weeks. Has that happened?
Yes.
Are there further meetings planned? Again, I'm not asking for dates or details of discussions.
We certainly concluded the last meeting saying that we would meet again. Absolutely.
Again, I ask this in quite broad terms. What's the purpose of the meeting with the devolved administrations in general terms? I know health is a devolved matter. Is the question of compensation regarded as a devolved matter?
It is an issue on which the devolved administrations would certainly have a view and wish to express a view. Both the study and the inquiry's report make a firm recommendation that these are matters that took place before devolution, and therefore, as I think I've said in the past, the UK government has a unique responsibility in terms of these matters, and those are the kinds of issues that would have been discussed in that context with the devolved administration. It was also a rare example where there was a a difference between the two, between the study and the second interim report about how compensation payments could be made.
Costs estimates. In your third witness statement, so perhaps, again, let's just have a quick look at that. Lawrence, WITN 7526004. Oh, no, that's wrong. Sorry, my fault. I'm afraid I don't have a reference for it. 005. Thank you. If we look at paragraph 16, please. I think that's probably page 5. Thank you. So you say there, my understanding is that there's considerable uncertainty over the size of the cohort who might be eligible for an award. And then you refer to the inquiry's statistical expert group and the figures that have been summarised arising out of those, the expert group's statistical work. And you've got there then estimates of numbers of people infected in bleeding disorders and numbers of people infected through transfusion. And obviously those are significant numbers of individuals identified as part of the statistical exercise. Would you accept, however, that the actual likely numbers of claims, so the likely numbers that would fall within a cohort who would benefit from a compensation scheme, are certain to be substantially lower than that? And that your best guide may be to look at the numbers registered with the current schemes and the numbers who applied for and received interim payments last autumn?
My understanding from the recommendations is that compensation could go further than those that are registered within the existing schemes.
You're absolutely right in general terms, Mr. Quin. And of course, for financial modelling purposes, no doubt a government wishes to look at theoretical possibilities in terms of numbers. But thousands of those who have been infected will have died. There will be many who were infected who probably never knew they were infected and are not going to be coming forward now to make a claim. In relation to hepatitis C and those infected through transfusion, which is where the higher numbers appear, there was a fund established in 2004, the Skipton Fund, open since 2011 to the estates of those who died before 2003. So people have been able to make claims for having been infected through transfusion for nearly 2 decades. And then people did make claims, both as living infected people and bereaved partners, for interim payments in the autumn of last year. And the actual figures, and I know you've been provided with a note which pulls together the most recent figures that we've received from the devolved schemes, but rather than put it out, the actual numbers of infected people registered now across the UK is 3,484. And there were 3,503 interim payments made. So it's important, isn't it, that whatever decision the government finally makes is made on the basis of a realistic understanding of the likely numbers and not theoretical statistical possibilities.
I would certainly agree with that. The government's modelling would have to take into account, in theory, how large a claim could be made, because of course you need to do that in government, but would also look at a range of probabilities and the most likely outcome. And
do you know, and it may be that this is a question for Ms Dunn or others, but do you know what kind of numbers of claims the government's decision-making is based on at the moment? And I'm sorry, that was slightly clumsily expressed. Has that work been done so that the government now has what it considers a realistic understanding of the actual likely numbers of claims?
Work has been done to try and establish both the maximum and also within that the most probable outcome.
Can we then just look at a couple of articles of recent origin? So the first is RLIT 0002137. This is an article in the Financial Times, and you will see in the left-hand column, it's asserted that the compensation bill could reach £10 billion, according to officials, in a further blow to the UK's stretched public finances. Ministers have accepted the moral case for compensating families. Scandal dates back to the 70s and 80s. Ministers are only now coming to terms with the financial hit. Government officials have told the Financial Times that the compensation scheme might cost £5 billion to £10 billion. And then there's reference to talks being held and an official saying people are very worried about the cost. Were the government officials who were briefing this newspaper, do you know whether they were Cabinet Office officials or Treasury officials? Has there been any inquiry as to why officials were apparently leaking this information to the press?
I do not know which government officials spoke to that particular journalist and gave him that information.
There's a later article, again, I'll just put...
If I may, and I'm not, and that's not to confirm the information in the article either. I mean, there's a reason why government doesn't comment on these things, and I would not have been at all happy to see that kind of information being put into the public domain in any way, or the source of it.
There's a later article, I think that I'll take time putting it up on screen, but for the benefit of those behind me, it's RLIT 302136. That's I think a Telegraph article, and in that one, the estimate that's being reported is doubled or quadrupled to 20 billion. First of all, would you agree it's not helpful for those infected and affected to learn this kind of information through the press? It's not the right way. I'm sorry.
I completely agree.
A cynical construction could be placed upon it to say, well, this is the government leaking information about the likely high cost at a time of cost of living crisis because it wants to reduce the prospect for public criticism in the coming months if what it announces is something less than people hope it will. Now that's a cynical construction to place on it, that this is a deliberate exercise of officials, I'm not suggesting of you, Mr. Quin, a deliberate exercise of officials to try and get it out there that this is all going to be too expensive for the government. Is there anything that you feel able to comment on in response to that?
No, I was very frustrated to see speculation of that nature being put into the public domain. It is speculation, and it's not helpful.
You'll know, Mr. Quin, that one of the interim report's recommendations was to make interim payments to a cohort of individuals who have never received any form of compensation, who don't benefit from the current and have never benefited from the predecessor financial support schemes, but who suffered the most horrific losses. So parents whose children died and children whose parents died. The recommendation goes a little wider than that, but I'm just going to focus on those two cohorts, and it's, I think, recommendation 12 in the interim report. Now, given that you're not yet able to commit to a timescale for the final announcement, and that you've told us that there is still some work to be done, and that no decisions as yet have been taken on the the actual shape and content of the scheme. Would you agree all that strengthens further the case for active consideration of making making interim payments for the first time to those cohorts of individuals?
So we have looked at the recommendation on interim payments alongside the other recommendations in the second interim report, and would wish to make a statement on any interim payment at the same time that we respond to the rest of the report, which is not to say that there is a rejection of the concept of a interim payment, far from it, but to come up with a combined response both on interim and on the rest of the report.
So do we understand from that that as things stand at today's date, the government is not anticipating making any decision or announcement on interim payments for those groups that I've identified until after the final report?
To date, what we've said publicly is that we are looking at that recommendation alongside the other recommendations. No final decision has been made as to whether an interim payment could be made prior to other recommendations being concluded, although there is a lot of work to be done to conclude our views on the compensation scheme, and the compensation scheme that we brought forward, which may indeed have a bearing on interim payments that will be made.
Has any work been done on at least in anticipation of the possibility of such interim payments, of starting the process of registering people now, without seeking to raise expectation, but so that at least if you do make the decision to make those payments, the payments can then be made swiftly? Because, as you'll know, the rationale for the Chair's first interim report and for the limitation of the payments to those, effectively those currently registered with the schemes, was that that could be done quickly because they were already registered. If you don't even make a decision on the other interim payments until you make the rest of your decisions, and you then say you will make those payments, it would be months then further wasted, would it not? Could you not at least start the process of registration now? Or has any work been done to see how feasible that is?
Okay, the worry on it's an incredibly valid point that registration would be required and would be needed for the second interim payment as recommended by the inquiry. There is a significant nervousness about registering people before a decision has actually been taken that they will be receiving that interim payment. So that would be, as you will appreciate, something which, in terms of a decision, yes, that interim payment will be made, and then inviting people to register. It would be, whilst I'd say no decision has been made at all, to have established a registration scheme before definitely determining across government that that payment would be made would seem a difficult step to take.
I'm going to now just put to you a couple of general points, and the points I explored again with Miss Mordaunt yesterday. As I'm sure you'll know, Miss Mordaunt in Parliament in, I think, May of this year, used the words about putting it right. And she said, it may fall to us in this place on our shift to put that right, but we must put it right. We have to put it right. Would you accept that if the acknowledgement of the moral case for compensation is not followed by action in paying compensation, that you're not putting it right, and that the acceptance of the moral case becomes nothing more than a hollow statement?
The Penny spoke yesterday evenly about her own personal commitment to this. You can't be heavily involved as the sponsor minister without getting emotionally involved and wanting to get a conclusion. And I'm exactly the same place as Penny in wanting to see this concluded. There is a process within government which you understand and the inquiry understands, whereby decisions are taken collectively. But when I said what I did on behalf of the government about the moral case, that absolutely says what it says, that there is a moral case here for compensation to be paid. And the discussions in government are very much focused. Well, no decisions have been taken. The discussions are very much around that compensation scheme.
I understand that no decisions have been taken on a number of matters as to how a scheme would be established and what its scope would be and so on. I'm hoping that you can confirm, at least, given everything you've said in Parliament, and indeed given the express recognition by the government that last year's interim payments were the beginning and not the end. It is the government's position, isn't it, that there will be a compensation scheme. It just isn't able to say anything about its detail or its scope.
We've not said anything about the detail or the scope, but we absolutely did say that the interim payments were the beginning and not the end of this matter.
And that means there will be a compensation scheme?
I've got no doubt. I've got no doubt that compensation will be paid. The form and shape of that compensation are decisions that have to be made.
Last point, and again, it's one I explored with Miss Morden, but I put it to her on a hypothetical basis because she's no longer the minister primarily concerned. Many of those infected and affected are concerned that the government, in full knowledge that people are dying, and you yourself have made that point in Parliament, Mr. Quin, are kicking the question of compensation off into the long grass. Now, I asked Ms. Morden for her views as to whether that, if that were the case, hypothetically, if there were that conscious dragging of feet on the basis it's too complicated or too expensive, whether that would be a morally objectionable, a morally repugnant course of action. I want to ask you the non-hypothetical question. Can you confirm, Mr. Quin, that the government is not dragging its feet on the basis it's too expensive or too complicated, and that it's not kicking it off into the long grass?
I've not seen any evidence that there is a view in government to kick this into the long grass. There is a determination to get this resolved. We want to get this resolved, and we want to get redress for those who have suffered so much. Absolutely the case.
And has there been any assessment by the government, for its own purposes, of the number of further lives that might be lost before the government responds?
I don't think we need further analysis. I think we all know about the ongoing toll, and I'm very aware of it, and I'm aware of the number of people who are dying.
So those are the questions I was proposing to ask. Just over my 40-minute estimate, sorry. We obviously need to take a break now for the final opportunity for call participants to suggest questions. So I was wondering, and I appreciate it involves detaining Mr. Quin beyond 1 o'clock, but if we could perhaps take half an hour now, I think that would be sufficient for questions.
Well, it really, I think, depends on you, Mr. Quin. The one possibility would be for everyone to take a lunch break now, which would be about an hour and a quarter, and then they'd come back for however long it would be. I can't, I'm afraid, tell you how long, because it depends how many questions there are for you arising out of what you've said in your statements and this morning. When that's done, then you are finished. But it depends really on your own timetable. I'm conscious that you are a busy man amongst other things with this, but also with other things. Would you prefer a break of half an hour to field the questions, come back, answer them, and then everyone have their lunch after that? or would you prefer to have the break now, which would use our time a bit more productively?
Sir Brian, it's very kind of you to place the question with me. My preference would be to have the half-hour break and come back, but I'm entirely in the hands of the inquiry.
Well, let's do that. We'll have a half an hour break. If any further time is needed, you'll be told. Sometimes the number of questions come in a little late, or in some number. So we'll take a half-hour break. We will come back then at 1:05, unless there's further notice.
Mr Quin, just a few further questions. The first is a point about process. I think in your evidence earlier, you said that to your knowledge, the small ministerial group doesn't see the minutes of the permanent secretary meetings. Is there a mechanism for ensuring information sharing and joined up working between those two groups?
Absolutely. I think I said that I wouldn't see the minutes of the permanent secretary meetings, which is not to say that my private office wouldn't receive them. So it's always what actually goes in front of me and what comes to my private office by way of circulation. There is a difference, and I can't recall ever seeing minutes of those meetings. But in terms of joined up process, it would certainly be an expectation that any views determined at the PermSec group would be used to inform the SMG. So I should put it that way around, that there's that the PermSecs wouldn't be working in isolation. This would be a cross-government effort, and ultimately the SMG needs to receive information which can then inform the process.
Have any additional resources been added to the Cabinet Office team dealing with this matter to enable the response to compensation to be delivered at pace?
Yes.
And in broad terms, the nature of those resources?
So this is where you have the two different roles, but linked. As acting as sponsor to the inquiry, there is a team that has been working to support the inquiry and make certain that they have the resources that they require to conduct the inquiry. And my understanding is that the cross-government working from up until my engagement was primarily driven by that team. In the first quarter of this year, I certainly took the view that we needed to increase the resources, and we drew on other resources from inside the Cabinet Office as a secretariat function, and some additional resource came from there at a senior level to assist the work of the government in the Cabinet Office in that coordinating function. And there was also a change in permanent secretaries as well, as you'll be aware.
Yes, and just, I know the answer to the next question, but it's a question I was asked by others to ask. So for the benefit of others, Sue Gray had been the senior civil servant within the Cabinet Office dealing with the question of moving forward the response to the Sir Robert Francis study, as I understand it. She obviously no longer works for the Cabinet Office. It's my understanding that it's the Cabinet Office Permanent Secretary who now fulfills that role, and that would be Alex Chisholm. Is that correct?
You're correct on both parts. So Sue Gray acted on this from the outset, certainly from the point of view that the Robert Francis report was published, and I assume before that, through to her departure, I think on the 2nd of March. And then Alex Chisholm, who is the Permanent Secretary in the Cabinet Office, took on the most senior leadership. And in addition, we brought additional resource in around that time and subsequent to that to support the Permanent Secretary in that role.
Now, in relation to the possibility of primary legislation, my understanding is that the King's speech would be November. Is it essential to await the King's speech to introduce legislation, given that if there's no announcement in relation to that until November, and given the possibilities of a general election next year, that might create considerable further delay?
The specialist on this is the Leader of the House, but can I talk in the generality, if that would help the inquiry? So in the generality, there is no set date for the King's speech. That is a decision that is made. The King's speech normally sets out the programme of government for the forthcoming parliamentary term, which, as the Leader of the House said yesterday, is the 4th parliamentary term, and there's a lot to be done in that window. It is usual for government to set out its intentions via the King's speech. It does not mean that the government can't make commitments earlier, if they choose to do so, about what they would intend to put in what they would wish to bring forward in the next session of Parliament. In terms of the time between now and the new session of Parliament, that is a relatively short period of parliamentary time. So there is a very narrow window between now and the expected date for the prorogation of this parliamentary session. So that would be a very narrow window to get legislation through.
Well, thank you for that, and it may be that if we need to, at the end of this week, we could pick that up with others. We looked earlier in your evidence at statements you'd made in Parliament about hoping to make recommendations, hoping to make announcements or provide further information on a rolling basis. I think the rolling basis was my term rather than yours, rather than a single announcement. If we look at your third statement, WITN 7526005, paragraph 10, which is page 3, we can see you say in paragraph 10, bottom of the page, the government's considering the package of recommendations as a whole and has not reached any final decisions on any of the individual recommendations. So has there been a shift in position since the end of last year, which is when I think you were indicating your hope that you'd be able to make announcements on a more individual basis? And if so, why?
There has been what I've encountered is the practicalities of dealing with the recommendations. So I'm very glad you've asked that question. So certainly my hope, as expressed in the letter to the Chancellor back in December, would be that we could go through the recommendations in Sir Robert's report and pick up individual recommendations and then try and lay some of the groundworks for that could be used for a compensation scheme were one to be recommended by the final report and then agreed to by the government. There are quite significant issues that need to be resolved and decisions that need to be made, which may sound prosaic, but are important. For example, I won't go into the details of specifics, but some of them I have referred to in Parliament. For example, having an ALB which would not have ministerial involvement. And I totally understand why that's a recommendation. I totally understand that absolute independence. But that would be, as I said to Parliament, that would be an unusual approach because there wouldn't then be a minister responsible to Parliament for the actions of that ALB, and the role would be for taxpayers' funds to go to the ALB and for then awards to be determined by the independent committee. So I totally understand that recommendation, but that is the kind of issue that needs to be worked through and resolved. So some of the things that I might have wished to have said, or we as a government might have wished to have said, do depend on decisions that need to be determined, which are quite significant.
That's if I may say, a useful example in terms of the next question I'm proposing to ask, which is this, and then I'll explain what I mean by the link with what you've just said. You've told us about significant practical issues in responding to the second interim report. Practical issues of implementation and structure are not the same as the principles of the scheme, or are not necessarily the same as the principles of the scheme. And the question I'm asked to put to you is, why is the government not able to commit at least to some principles at this stage? And by that I mean, let's say you can't at this stage commit to the form of arm's length body for the reasons you've just given. You can't commit to a date on which the first payments might be made because of the need to set up a legislative framework. But that doesn't mean you can't say, does it, that you can't commit to the principle of paying compensation broadly along the lines identified by both Sir Robert and Sir Brian, and broadly to the categories of, or cohorts of people identified in the second interim report. So those would be examples of differences between some of the practical workings out, which you might need still to do more work on, and some statements of principle which might provide enormous reassurance to those infected and affected.
I totally understand the distinction that you're making. I think from the reality of formulating policy, you inevitably end up working out the practical consequences if you agree a principle, and therefore the two do get conflated. So if we are on principle to do this, what are the practical consequences of a decision to work on that principle? So the two do. I totally understand that there are two different things, and yet they are their effect is to be conflated.
Just a couple of further matters then. The first is just to go back to the question of waiting for the final report. In circumstances where the government has accepted the moral case and where ministers, including yourself, have repeatedly recognised the impact of the scandal, what else does the government need to understand in order to take its decisions and communicate them on compensation?
Government needs to take decisions on what form that compensation should take, with all the ramifications of that. And so that is work that is ongoing and is separate from what the final report would say. So there is decision making. So as I said earlier, I don't want you to think that we've come to a conclusion and are just waiting. We're not. I'm afraid there is work that still needs to be done, decisions that do need to be taken. There are, whatever the government's conclusion, I have no doubt that, well, if I'll start again if I may. The recommendations in the report are wide-ranging and far-reaching, and I totally understand the rationale behind the recommendations that are being made. For the government, if it was to go down that route, to do so against the backdrop of the findings, I think is a helpful thing for government and for Parliament and for the country as a whole to say, these are the wrongs that took place, as I've got no doubt this inquiry will conclude. These are the findings of the inquiry, and for us to respond, to be able to say, we understand all of that, we have read the final report, we appreciate the context in which decisions have to be taken, even more than we did from the second interim report and from Sir Robert's study. And on the back of that, this is what we'll be doing on compensation. And either this is our response to the other recommendations, or when we'll be responding to those recommendations.
Can I just see if I understand what you're suggesting there, Mr. Quin? Are you saying that that you need to have, that you don't think you would get a scheme through Parliament without the findings of a final report? And this is not a party political issue, is it? It's an issue on which members of Parliament on all sides have spoken passionately and eloquently over decades. Is there any reason to think that you need a final report to get either the public or Parliament on your side?
I sincerely hope, and I've said this in the House of Commons, that if there is a requirement for primary legislation, which I think is not absolutely certain, but is more likely than not, that I would sincerely hope that that would have the support, absolute support in both houses of Parliament. As a government minister, I sincerely hope that that would be the case. But that does not mean to say that being able to put government proposals into the context of a final report and all the findings regarding the errors that took place and the scandal that happened would not be appropriate and helpful.
It might be said that whilst it would be helpful and in the ordinary course of events one might understand why you might wait for a final report, but it might be said, given everything else that's happened, that in this particular context, waiting for a final report is compounding those very wrongs that you are expecting to see articulated in that final report.
I appreciate the point, and I do appreciate that there is ongoing loss of life as a result of the scandal, and I do understand that point.
The very final question then is just to return to this question of the possibility of registering those who so far, whose loved ones' deaths have not been recognised. Can the government not set up or agree to the registration of recipients, whether through the existing schemes or otherwise, without committing as to whether that would be registration for an interim payment or for the final compensation which the government has recognised is inevitable?
You're asking a theoretical question as to whether it could happen? Of course. So of course, the government could ask potential beneficiaries to register in advance of a decision being taken. I'm always very keen that there should be certainty when dealing with all the communities, and I know they've not had certainty. I would much rather say, this is what's happening, can you please register, than say, can you please register and we'll tell you what is happening. But you ask a theoretical question, and absolutely that could be the case.
So those are the questions I'm proposing to ask, and Mr. Maxwell Scott has no questions of his own. Is there anything that you would wish to ask Mr. Quin?
Well, just this, really. Quite a lot of people, speaking very generally, have the view that inquiries, again, speaking about all sorts of inquiries, often make recommendations. Sometimes those recommendations are said by the government of the day to be accepted. And some people think from their experience that they then sit on the shelf and never get implemented. Acceptance is one thing, implementation is another. There may be a fear, based upon past assurances. You've been very clear that you don't want to give an assurance which is broken because it creates the wrong dynamic. There may be a sense that going from personal experience of those who've been infected and affected, that promises are made too easily and broken rather more easily over time. What system do you suggest, from your experience as a coordinating minister of other departments, what system should government, or would in government, if introduced to government, best enable Parliament or the public to hold the government's feet to the fire when it comes to implementing, accepting or rejecting, but implementing those recommendations which are actually accepted?
On the generality, if I may, and then maybe come back to this inquiry, on the generality, there's been some debate on this, so, and I'm not, this is not a reflection of government policy, this is that, but there's been some of the, some think pieces have been raised on exactly these kind of issues, and I think there has been discussion in the liaison committee of the which is a select committee of the House of Commons, as to how this could be monitored. So the point you're raising, Sir Brian, is one that has been subject to parliamentary interest. and I'm thinking back, clearly this is not something I prepared for this session, but I think I previously, on behalf of the government, expressed the view that that is something which is best dealt with by parliamentary select committees as part of their scrutiny of the government of the day. That they are in possession, having received the report, to be able to summon ministers, which they can do, to then test how the government has implemented promises that it has made. They can do that over the Generality, and that includes doing so over inquiry recommendations that the government has accepted. So I believe that from my recollection that was how I responded to a particular question on that issue quite recently, saying that it's for Parliament to hold ministers to account, which they do, regarding the implementation of such of inquiry's recommendations.
One of the suggestions made to me in the course of our hearings about possible recommendations was that there should be a duty upon the administration, so speaking generally of government, to report to the public every so often as to the implementation of the recommendations such as are accepted. Would that work? Would it help? Because that would enable perhaps the public to help to keep the government of the day's feet to the fire.
There is a, this is interesting constitutional territory. There is, Parliament has got a very powerful role in holding the executive to the account. That is their purpose, and we shouldn't deflect from that. And there have been parliamentarians who have been extraordinarily effective, and you know who I mean, Sir Brian, amongst others, who've really pushed successive governments on this issue, and have shown the effect of Parliament in being able to bring something really up into the public domain. So there is a mechanism there. If an individual inquiry made recommendations that governments should respond and provide a report back mechanism on a certain basis, and the government then accepted that recommendation, then that would put an onus on government to issue statements on a regular basis as committed to through that recommendation. Now, if that's helpful, I don't know. But that would, of course, if there was a recommendation that in order to, particularly in this particular case, take it from the generality to the specifics, where there is a huge amount of scepticism and cynicism, for very understandable reasons from the communities affected, about the way successive governments have acted, if that was a recommendation that government should report to Parliament on a certain periodic basis about the progress that they've made, then that would obviously be free to you, sir, in the inquiry to make that recommendation.
So that should perhaps be my first recommendation, should it?
So, Brian, I wouldn't dream of telling you what your recommendations should be, but I really do recognise that given the depth of suffering over a very long period of time, the absolute desire to see redress and a conclusion, and that there is a deep nervousness and scepticism, it took me a period of time to realise quite how deep-rooted that was. It was meeting members of the community that made me realise what the legacy has been over many, many years and decades. The second interim report has been extremely helpful in getting us all focused on in government, in addition to the work that Sir Robert has done.
Well, thank you very much.
Mr. Quin, is there anything you wanted to add?
I think I almost said it in those remarks, that there is a huge depth of suffering from those infected and those affected. There is an absolute determination that this is resolved. I'm very grateful for the work that this inquiry has done. As you highlighted, we've accepted there is a moral case for compensation. I'm deeply committed to continuing to pursue this through my role in the Cabinet Office, as I know my colleagues are elsewhere in government, and I really do look forward to us getting to a resolution, but I know that that has been a very, very long time coming.
Thank you. So that then concludes this witness's evidence.
Well, for my part, can I thank you for giving evidence and giving us as much of an insight as you can into the workings of government around this particular issue, and thank you for your expressions of commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So, sir, that's now, I think, time for a lunch break, which will obviously need to be a reasonable period of time. And then we have the evidence of Ms Dahl. My apologies to her for keeping her waiting, but she will be genuinely a much shorter witness. So come back for her evidence whenever you consider it appropriate.
Do you suggest that 3 o'clock is too late?
No, I don't. I think that's perfectly
3
reasonable.
o'clock. Now, Ms. Dunn, let me explain the arrangements. I'm sorry you've been kept waiting, first of all. That's because of the unpredictabilities of timing. But we're now ready to start. In this room, you will see a room in front of you full of participants, people who have a very particular interest in the outcome of this inquiry in general. To your left, there are lawyers. At the very back, there are representatives of the press. There is a room downstairs where there's an overflow, and you will be talking to a rather greater number online, because every word you say will be streamed once Ms. Richards starts asking you the questions. But first, Mary will invite you to take the oath. Mary.
Please state your full name
Shona Hunter Dunn.
and repeat after me. I do solemnly, sincerely,
I do solemnly, sincerely,
and truly declare and affirm
and truly declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Ms. Dunn, you've been a civil servant since 1995, I think.
That's correct.
You were in the Cabinet Office between 2016 and 2018, but as far as you're aware, you didn't have any involvement in matters relevant to this inquiry during that time.
That's correct.
But since April 2021, you've been the second permanent secretary at the Department of Health and Social Care.
I have.
And it's in that capacity that you've been asked by the inquiry to give evidence.
Yes.
Can you just tell us briefly what the nature of the post is of second permanent secretary and what kind of role and responsibilities you're expected to fulfil?
So that in general terms, the role of the second permanent secretary varies quite a lot across government. So there are different types of second permanent secretaries, to put it bluntly, in different types of departments.
Can I just ask you to stop there for a moment? If you slow down a bit, it is easier for people to hear because the acoustics are not brilliant.
Thank you, Chair. In the Department for Health and Social Care, the nature of the second permanent secretary role is one almost of a deputy to the group permanent secretary, the principal permanent secretary. I hold specific responsibility in the department for the teams that consider strategic matters, who consider all matters to do with people and finance within the organisation, and I run those teams that provide the enabling services for the organisation.
And amongst your responsibilities at the permanent secretary level is matters related to infected blood to the extent that they require permanent secretary input, if I can put it that way.
That's correct.
You're also an accounting officer. Again, could you just tell us in a sentence or two what that means?
As an accounting officer, it means that I hold a particular responsibility for ensuring that public funds, that public money is spent appropriately. And there are a series of tests set out in Managing Public Money, which is a document owned by Treasury, that I adhere to when I am considering whether a proposal or an intention on the part of ministers is an appropriate use of public funds, and I am accountable to, on those points, to Parliament. So I will go before the Parliamentary Accounts Committee in my own right as an accounting officer to account for how public money is spent.
Now, you've had some involvement on behalf of the Department of Health and Social Care with the question of compensation in relation to those who are infected or affected. Is that right?
I have.
And can I ask you to look at your statement? It's WITN 77140001. And if we could go, please, Lawrence, to page 9. I just wanted to pick up a handful of matters, starting at the bottom of the page, paragraph 5.5. You say this: day-to-day policy work on infected blood, including engagement with ministers and with the Cabinet Office, has largely been led by the responsible senior civil servants. Can you assist with an idea of the numbers of senior civil servants who are involved on behalf of the Department of Health and Social Care with day-to-day policy work, first of all, on infected blood generally?
In the main, there is a director level senior civil servant and a deputy director level senior civil servant who will draw on other input as necessary, but they will be at any one point at least 2, at times possibly 3. There's also apologies for the civil service hierarchy points here. There's a director general also between the director and me, but not all the senior civil servants will be involved necessarily at all points.
And then I'll come back to some of the involvement of senior civil servants in a little while. And then if we could turn over the page, please, to paragraph 5.7. You say this: with respect to infected blood, I've empowered the responsible senior civil servants with undertaking all day-to-day work, including briefing ministers as needed. However, I expect to be and have been consulted and briefed by colleagues on any aspects which have strategic implications for the work of the department. Can you assist in our understanding of what aspects of the compensation issue are regarded as having strategic implications for the work of the department?
So the question about whether government decisions with respect to the compensation scheme would have strategic implications for the department is difficult to answer without those decisions having been made. But of course the department is the sponsor body for the NHS Business Services Authority. We are therefore the sponsor for the support scheme, and therefore any decisions with respect to compensation could have some bearing on services we already provide, and therefore have significance for the department.
And what, if any, involvement do civil servants within the Department of Health and Social Care, have with the question of principle of whether there should be compensation, and if so, to what groups of individuals should it be paid?
So the department has, in my experience, and since I have been there as the second permanent secretary, been very respectful of the decision that the government had made that the sponsor department for this inquiry should be the Cabinet Office and not the Department for Health and Social Care. So the department has limited itself in that period to responding to and making a contribution to the work of the rest of government, rather than seeking to put itself in a lead decision-making role.
Can we then move, sorry, it's the bottom of the page in fact, paragraph 5.8. You were asked about your own knowledge of the issue of compensation and how it arose. And you refer there to the evidence given by the then Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Mr. Hancock. And if we go over the page, you refer there and you set out his evidence that what I can say to you is that we will respect the outcome of the inquiry, and if the inquiry points to compensation as opposed to a support scheme in the future, then the government will pay compensation. Now, that was obviously an important statement by the Secretary of State for Health. It was also potentially an opportunity to start some preparatory work on the question of information gathering or looking to explore some of the issues that you referred to later in your statement, some of what you've said are the complexities, work with the devolved nations and so on. Was any attempt made by the Department of Health and Social Care at that stage, Mr. Hancock having made that statement, to begin to prepare for the possibility of compensation?
So I repeat I guess the point I just made, which was that the department holds certain information. The department obviously is the department for with policy responsibility for matters to do with health, and therefore has information and expertise to bring to bear on this subject, but was very clear on the role that it was expected to perform, which was to make contributions to the work being coordinated and guided elsewhere in government, and that being a conscious decision of the government.
So would it be right to understand then the answer to the question is no, the department didn't start planning for the possibility of compensation, but you've given us a reason why that might be the case, which is the department having stepped back in terms of coordination and leadership. But so the department itself did not embark upon any work on its own initiative to explore how compensation might look.
The department was always only undertaking work as part of a wider cross-government effort and under the guidance of others. Between that point, so the point at which Mr. Hancock made that statement to this inquiry on oath, and the point at which, I think, March 2022, the Cabinet Office received the compensation framework study from Sir Robert Francis, was the department, as far as you can recall, asked by the Cabinet Office to do any work on, background work on, or information gathering, evidence gathering in relation to the possibilities for compensation? I personally don't have any recollection of that, but I wouldn't necessarily I wouldn't have expected, as per my witness statement, to have seen those requests if they existed. Officials will have been in contact and there will have been discussions, but I am not aware of Cabinet Office having asked for anything specific.
And then if we look a little further down that page to subparagraph C, you will see there, we've got the reference to Sir Robert Francis providing his report. You explained that you were advised in your role as second permanent secretary in the department by the responsible senior civil servants of the recommendations in Sir Robert Francis's study, and you refer to the work being coordinated there by the Cabinet Office. Did the department at that stage have any involvement, whether at the request of the Cabinet Office or otherwise, in analysing and considering Sir Robert Francis's report?
Certainly, Cabinet Office will have asked my officials questions, they will have asked for input, they will have asked for information, and officials in the Department of Health and Social Care will have provided that. I think it will have been on that basis. Cabinet Office would have asked questions and we would have provided responses where we held that information.
Now, you will, I think, know from documents that you've looked at and no doubt from your overall knowledge of matters, that the then Paymaster General in March 2022 had said that the government would provide its response to the Robert Francis Compensation Framework Study in advance of Sir Robert giving evidence to the inquiry in July 2022. And you'll also know that that didn't happen and the government's position changed. Did the department or did you have any involvement in that decision-making process about whether or not to publish the government's response?
I do not recall taking any part in that decision-making process.
The department would no doubt have been aware of Sir Robert's terms of reference and the nature of the issues that he was expected to cover. You've referred in your statement, I think, to something our previous witness said in a later ministerial statement about the complexity and wide range of factors thrown up by Sir Robert's report. Was the department, as far as you can recall, taken by surprise by the complexity and width of Sir Robert's report? Or did it understand it to be a faithful response to its terms of reference?
I'm certainly don't recall anything which I would say, which I would characterise as surprise. I think there was a reflection of the fact that the recommendations were thorough, detailed. They were certainly all in, sort of captured within the terms of reference of the. So I don't think there was anything that the department thought, how is that made its way into the recommendations? So all in line with the terms of reference, but certainly a reflection that it was thorough and rigorous and detailed.
Now, looking further into your statement, paragraph 5.9, you then refer to your role as accounting officer. You've told us what that is. And then to the interim payments that were made following the announcement in August 2022 of the government's acceptance of the recommendation made by the chair in his first interim report. Now, that led to you writing a letter to Parliament, and I wonder if we could just look at that, and if you could perhaps just explain to us what that's about. So it's JEVA 40263, please, Lawrence. Oh, no, it's not. I'm sorry, I've written that down incorrectly. No, I've not. Sorry, have you got that? JEVA 0000263. So we can see it's a letter of the 16th of August 2022. If we just go to the bottom of the second page, and we can see it's from you. And then if we go back to the first part of the letter, we can see it's addressed to the chair of the Public Accounts Committee. And then in the text of the letter, you set out the recommendation that was made by the chair. You explain in the next paragraph that the Prime Minister was due to be announcing the following day that the government would be accepting the recommendation in full. There's then an estimate of the cost of that, estimated to be in the region of 434.4 million. And then if we go further down the page, you say this: announcing these interim payments will create an unquantifiable contingent liability. This is because it may reasonably be presumed that by accepting the recommendation for an interim payment, government intends to accept future recommendations relating to further payments to the same beneficiaries or additional persons. Ahead of the final report and understanding the scope, level and timings of any such recommended payments and a decision by ministers about the extent to which these are agreed to, it's not yet possible to quantify the scale of any liability. Can you just help us understand what it was that had led you to write in these terms, and what you meant by identifying an unquantifiable contingent liability?
So, as I explained in my witness statement, because the decision had been made by government on deciding to make the interim compensation payments, that the way to get those payments to individuals was through the existing mechanism for which I am the relevant accounting officer. It fell to me, therefore, then to undertake the normal processes that would be involved in such a payment, both with respect to engagement with the Treasury and with respect to any engagement necessary with the PAC. This is, as I say in the letter, the process of notifying Parliament where a department intends to take on a contingent liability is something that will generally emerge through the conversations that an official like myself will have with Treasury colleagues when I am finalising the agreement for the funding for such a policy. So with something like this, ministers will make a decision. There'll be an understanding of how that will be funded and what it is likely to cost. And conversations with Treasury will then determine, are there any unusual aspects to this that we need to take account of and meet any responsibilities on. So as the letter says, in this particular instance, by making an interim compensation payment, the government isn't making a commitment to any future payments of any sort, but it is inevitably it is raising the prospect that such payments may be repeated at some point in the future. And when government does something like that, it creates what's described here as a contingent liability, something which is a liability that may be payable in the future depending on the outcome of a future event. So it is not something that points to a future decision. It is simply a recognition of the possibility of a future decision. And under certain circumstances where that reaches a certain threshold, that needs to be notified to Parliament. As my letter says in this instance, because it was not only an unquantifiable contingent liability, but it was also one step further removed than the normal sort of contingent liability, because under normal circumstances, a minister would make a commitment to something that might cause a cost to fall in the future, but not know what that cost is. In this instance, ministers weren't actually making a commitment. They were making a commitment that pointed to the possibility of a future commitment, which is why the circumstances were slightly different. I apologise, this is a long and technical explanation, but it's why the circumstances were slightly different, and why in this particular case, Parliament didn't need to be fully informed 14 sitting days in advance of the announcement, because Treasury Officer of Accounts, as the letter describes, had indicated that wasn't necessary.
Just two questions arising from that, if I may. You use the terminology in the letter, it may reasonably be presumed that by accepting the recommendation, government intends to accept future recommendations relating to further payments. And I just wanted to understand what you had in mind in saying that. There's, I think, potentially two ways of looking at it. One is to say, government's accepted the first set of recommendations, reasonable to assume it may accept further recommendations. The other is to say government has accepted interim payments. Interim payments, by their very nature, are not final payments, and so the expectation is that there will be further payments made, because, I think to use the phrase the ministers have used, it was a beginning and not an end. Did you mean it in both of those ways, or one or other of those ways?
For the purposes of this letter, I meant it in the former way. That's not to dispute the latter way, but for the purposes of this letter, it was the former.
And then, is there any significance in terms of the source of any future funding for further payments, interim or final in nature? Is there any significance to the fact that you, as in the second permanent secretary and accounting officer at the Department of Health and Social Care, are writing this? Does that mean that there's an expectation that any future payments will be payments from DHSC monies, DHSC budgets?
No, it says nothing at all about future arrangements. It's purely a reflection of the arrangements that were put in place for the payment of interim compensation.
Thank you. Now, you go on to tell us, I don't think we need to go back to your statement for present purposes, but you go on to tell us that you have attended the permanent secretary meetings, which Mr. Quin told us about earlier today. And the first permanent secretary meeting, we understand, was on the 30th of November 2022. Now that's obviously some months, around 8 months after Sir Robert Francis has delivered his report. It's about a year and a half on, perhaps a little less than that, from when Mr. Hancock gave his evidence to the inquiry. Why, do you know why there was no earlier meeting at permanent secretary level to discuss the question of compensation?
I think it's probably worth setting out again that there will, of course, have been lots of official level engagement at earlier points. So it would not have been the case that there was no engagement at other levels. So this was the creation of the permanent secretary level group. It's probably worth stating at this point that putting a permanent secretary level group in place is not commonplace. So it is not, it is not something that you would do with respect to all significant cross-government issues. It's quite in that sense, quite an unusual step. There aren't many permanent secretary level coordination groups that I attend, for example. So I can't speak for Cabinet officers to why Cabinet Office colleagues chose not to put a permanent secretary meeting in advance of that. I can only say that I don't think that should be taken as an indication of the fact that there wasn't cross-government work underway, and that it was quite a significant step when it was done.
And then if we look at your statement again, at WITN 77140001, page 13, you say this in paragraph 5.13, my level of involvement on the issue of compensation began to increase once Cabinet Office-led permanent secretary meetings began, and then you refer to attending the first of those. And then you say this, at that meeting I committed to DHSC working closely with Cabinet Office colleagues as they developed their understanding of the practical, legal and financial aspects of the recommendations made by Sir Robert Francis, with the intention of enabling government to be ready to respond when the infected blood inquiry reported, expected then in the summer 2023. Now, what work, to your knowledge, had been undertaken, if any, by the Department of Health civil servants prior to this point on the practical, legal and financial aspects of recommendations? Had there been any involvement by the department at that stage on those matters?
So as I said before, I think there will have been questions that Cabinet Office colleagues will have asked of DHSE colleagues at various points during the course of that year that colleagues will have answered where they were able to provide relevant information. It probably won't be a surprise to note that given the work that had been going into both the practicalities and then the implementation of delivering the interim compensation payments, that a lot of the Department for Health and Social Care's officials' time will have been focused on making sure that those payments and the processes that needed to be put in place to make sure those payments could be made and that the payments were then made was the focus of their attention up until the end of October, but they will have answered questions. Now,
it's my understanding from Mr. Quin's statement, his second statement, that in the early part of this year, it was agreed that the Department of Health and Social Care would establish a new team to undertake analysis of the cost and scale of implementing a compensation scheme. Can you tell us what the work of that team involves and what the size of that team is?
So there's already a team in the department who take responsibility for the department's input on infected blood. We have added another component to that team, which is the reference to the new team associated with delivering that the analysis and modelling work that the department has undertaken to do. Those people, we've put that team in place to work with colleagues in other departments. So they work with colleagues in Treasury, they have drawn on expertise, for example, from the Government Actuary Department and the Government Legal Department. They draw on others. So it's a team in DHSE. It is a small additional resource, but it draws on the expertise and resource of a number of other teams elsewhere in government in order to perform that work. And the analysis is as you would expect, taking account of all of the available evidence to think about the modelling, the costings, the approach to options for compensation.
Okay. I'll come back to a couple of those matters in a little while, but just in terms of the work of that team analysing cost and scale of implementation of a compensation scheme. Is that work complete now, and that information being handed over to the Cabinet Office, or is it still ongoing?
So I would say that with a piece of work like this, which is broad and complex, it is not the case that you would ever, I would certainly ever expect to sort of put an end date on the piece of analysis and say, we're going to hand this completed sort of set in stone piece of analysis over to you. The development of a piece of work like this is a very iterative one, and is very iterative in terms of its engagement with ministers as well. So I would expect that analysis to keep on evolving, to be refined as new evidence and new data comes to light or becomes clearer. So I would expect that analysis to keep on developing. Officials will provide their best advice to ministers at any particular point in time based on the development of the evidence to that point. Ministers normally will provide steers, ask questions, or make decisions depending on where they are in the process, and that will feed then the next stage of the work. So forgive me, but it is not the case that we sort of put a deadline on it and say all work will have been done by then and we'll hand it over and then you can make decisions. It's a much more iterative process than that.
I understand what you say about iterative processes. The difficulty potentially with that, though, is that, of course, you never get to a point at which decisions can be taken. So how, can I put it this way, how far advanced is the work? So accepting it's not, can't be complete and signed off for the reasons you've given, has the bulk of the work that the Cabinet Office asked of the Department of Health and Social Care been undertaken so that ministers should now have a reasonable idea of the cost and scale of implementing a scheme that met the inquiry's recommendations?
So I think I need to just repeat what Minister Quin said this morning. Minister Quin said this morning that ministers had the building blocks necessary for those decisions. He also reiterated the fact that there is, of course, always work to do, and there is still work to do in terms of thinking about some of the sort of practicalities and the implications of delivery. But Minister Quin himself said that the building blocks are there.
If we then go on to page 17 of your statement, very bottom of the page, paragraph 7.9, you talk about the meetings described here, and that's a reference, I think, to the small ministerial group meetings and the permanent secretary meetings as well, and the underlying policy work supporting them are working to resolve a number of the complex issues relating to compensation that arise from the recommendations. And then you've set out a number of matters. Now, I'm not going to ask you for details of options being considered or pros and cons, both because this is still a matter, as we understand it, of active decision-making, and because any decision ultimately is for ministers and not for civil servants. But I wonder if you could just assist us with a sense of the extent to which these are complexities where the work has been substantially done, or whether they are complexities where things are still at an early stage. So I just wanted to look at each of these in turn and just see whether the extent to which you're able to assist us in relation to these matters. It may be that you're not able to, but the first point you refer to is form and location of any arm's length body, including its sponsorship arrangement. Just first of all, to what extent has that been a matter that the department has been involved with, or has that been primarily an issue for the Cabinet Office and others, in general terms?
So in general terms, the focus of the contribution of the department has been on analysis and modelling to underpin options for the compensation scheme. It has not been beyond that. Of course, the department has some insight and knowledge given its involvement in the delivery of services already. So where it is able to make a contribution, it makes a contribution, but that has not been our significant contribution.
So that's not the focus of the department's contribution. The second point you refer to is involvement of devolved administrations. Now, we heard from Mr. Quin that there had been meetings at a ministerial level or obviously involving Permanent Secretary at the Northern Ireland Department of Health from the Northern Ireland perspective, in June and July of this year. From your own knowledge, had the department been involved in any, at official level, any coordination or work with the devolved administrations itself prior to that?
The department at official level engages with officials in the devolved administrations with respect to the administration of the support schemes. It does not engage beyond that.
The next then bullet point is the financial commitments and potential contingent liabilities. And that's, as you described, an area in which the department's had some work of its own to contribute through the team that Mr. Quin mentioned. You've said that it's complicated by a number of uncertainties, such as the numbers of potential claimants, and you've referred to what the Minister said in Parliament about the statistical group. I just want to ask you, if I may, a little more about that. Did you hear Mr. Quin's evidence? I think you probably did. So you will have heard me raise with him the importance of any decision-making being based on a realistic assessment of the likely number of claimants and not based upon what the outer reaches of statistical modelling might suggest were the numbers infected over decades. In terms of the department's own work, it will presumably have had available to it information about the numbers registered with the schemes across the United Kingdom and information about the number of interim payments made last autumn across the United Kingdom. The department will presumably also have available to it information about the numbers of beneficiaries who were registered with the Alliance House organisations prior to the current schemes. Would you accept that those are going to be the best guide to the broad parameters of numbers of individuals from whom claims might be expected, and that it's implausible to think that there'll be thousands of individuals coming out of the woodwork at this late stage to say, aha, I was infected?
They are very, very important inputs, extremely important inputs. I think it's important, I think the first thing I would say is, from the point of view of being the accounting officer in the Department of Health and Social Care, certainly I have no interest in, and I see sort of no motivation on the part of any official minister to sort of see exaggerated numbers in the analysis. It's not in keeping with the values of how our work should be done, professionally or otherwise, and it is not helpful in terms of guiding good public policy making and delivery. So it's very important that we emerge with a realistic assessment. The analysis that is being undertaken will absolutely take account of those inputs. It will take account of a number of other inputs as well, but it will and is being heavily quality assured and independently scrutinised within government as well, to make sure that there's no that we don't end up falling into the trap of taking unrealistic expectations. But it's important that we do look at the full range of possible outcomes.
If we go to the top of the next page. Oh, no, I think it's the previous page. Sorry, Lawrence. Page 19. Thank you. Funding. Any costs associated with the compensation will require substantial new funding to be secured from government funds. Is that a matter in which the department's been directly involved? To the degree that we're undertaking the analysis and presenting that data, it is, and that those are issues inevitably that ministers will have to make decisions on. The department, as part of that small ministerial group, will be involved in those decisions, but there will be collective decisions. It's not something that the department has a particular position on. And then the last of the bullet points you've identified in the statement was, there was a reference to a potential legislative basis. Is that work that the department's been involved with directly?
So the department, again, can make some input to that because it has knowledge of one of the questions that you need to engage in is what is the existing legislative basis that exists in a number of, and so the department has some knowledge to input to that, but it is not something the department leads on.
In relation then, so we can take the statement down, in relation to the question of the making of interim payments to those who did not fall within the cohorts of individuals who received the interim payments last autumn. Now, obviously, the question of whether to make such payments is a matter for ministers, not a matter for you or civil service colleagues. But given that the English Infected Blood Support Scheme is a body that the department has a close relationship with, have there been any discussions with or consideration that you're aware of to how registration could be affected to enable those who are not currently registered with the schemes, but who might benefit if ministers decide that there will be further interim payments? Any discussions about a system of prior registration and the practicalities of that?
I'm afraid I think I can only really refer you to what the Minister said this morning. The Minister talked about questions of registration and the balance of questions associated with that. So you would have got from his evidence that he has been engaged in discussions of that sort. I don't think I should add a great deal to that. But
sorry, I'm not trying to ask you about the pros and cons of whether that should happen. It's really, do you know if there have been discussions with the existing support schemes as to how that could be affected in the event that ministers decide to go down that route? Or is that work that would still have to be done at a future stage?
There have been discussions about a variety of practical questions associated with the recommendations of the second interim report with support schemes, and we've utilised our understanding, the department has utilised its understanding of how those support schemes operate now to engage in those questions, certainly.
You say in your statement, I don't think we need to put it up on screen, but for your own reference, it's paragraph 6.3, that all those are working quickly and effectively. Is there a time frame to which you're working? How do you gauge that something is that this work is being done quickly and effectively? And I'm sure you don't need me to repeat the overarching chronology and the matters I explored with Mr. Quin this morning.
Indeed. So when I made that statement in my witness statement, it was a reflection of both the day-to-day effort and the motivation I see on the part of officials engaged in this matter to progress it as quickly as they can. So utilising the information they have available, I mean, there are certain aspects of work that inevitably just take some time, but I've certainly witnessed over the time that I have been engaged with this issue, officials in all departments that are involved with this issue, doing their very best within the confines of their sort of working existence to move it forward as quickly as they conceivably could.
Can I then ask you to look at a newspaper article? It's RLIT 302137. This particular article is the Financial Times, 10th of May 2023. There's a later article in the Sunday Telegraph, I think, beginning of this month. But you'll see, Ms Dunn, this puts forward a suggested quantum of the compensation bill. That's said to be, according to officials, and described as a further blow to the UK's stretched public finances. And if we go a little way down the left-hand column, it says, given the tight nature of public finances, officials from the Treasury and Department of Health have been holding recent talks about how a compensation scheme would be structured. We're working through the options, said one government insider. Another official added people are very worried about the cost. And then I won't take time taking you to it, but you'll have seen from the second article, it's to similar effect, but the suggested cost is now quadrupled or doubled, depending upon which figure you take. Was this a briefing by, to journalists by Department of Health civil servants?
I have no knowledge whatsoever of the source of either of the information in either of those two articles. It's clearly a leak that is clearly not anything that any civil servant, if indeed it was a civil servant, should engage with, and it's not something that is either helpful or would ever be something that I would expect any civil servant to do.
Can I then ask you to look at JEVA 40264? We're going to have to zoom in on that. First of all, can you just tell us the post that Maria Caulfield holds?
She is the Minister of State in the department with responsibility for this matter.
Now, this is a communication. I'm sorry, this doesn't show the date. I do have the date somewhere, but it's obvious very shortly after the publication of the second interim report. And it's a communication from Ms. Caulfield to an individual, I think probably a constituent. And it says in the last paragraph, government's looking at all the recommendations, will be responding shortly. Just to confirm, the government will not be waiting for the final report before responding and will respond to Sir Brian's recent recommendations as soon as possible. Are you able to assist us in understanding why that's said?
My understanding is that this is a communication from Minister Caulfield's constituency office to a constituent. And my understanding was that it was an error on the part of the constituency office, their misunderstanding of the position, and therefore a miscommunication, which was, I am told and sincerely hope, was corrected.
Can we then look at a letter from Ms. Caulfield, JEVA 40186? So this is the 2nd of June 2023. And so if you just give me a moment. You will see if we look down the page, this reference in the 4th paragraph to the moral case for compensation. And then, sorry, Lawrence, if we just see the whole letter, thank you. And then there's reference to the interim payments recognising the urgent need of infected people and bereaved partners enrolled in the existing support schemes, and so on. And then if we go to the next page, we can see in the penultimate paragraph the question of registration. Regarding registering bereaved families with the EIBSS, we're considering the second interim report's recommendation to make interim payments to bereaved families alongside the report's other recommendations. This complex matter may require coordination across the 4 nations' respective support schemes. I understand that time is of the essence for the infected and affected community, and we are progressing with this issue as a priority. Now, the natural reading, I think, of that paragraph from the Minister is that the issue that's being progressed as a priority is that question of registration, and there's reference to it being complex and potentially requiring coordination across the 4 support schemes. Has the question of coordination across the respective support schemes, has work been undertaken, do you know, in relation to that, in order to progress the issue as a priority? Or is that work still to be done?
So the officials in my department that are responsible for the support schemes have engagement with the officials responsible for the support schemes in the devolved administrations. As I say, the question of registering is related directly to ministerial decisions on that and other recommendations. To that effect, that work will be done alongside decisions associated with it.
I understand entirely the question about decision making. Just in terms of the coordination that your officials have had with the other officials in the other devolved schemes, simple question of fact, has that coordination involved the specific issue of how you might go about registering bereaved families?
I can't answer that question from my direct knowledge. My apologies.
Just a couple of general questions then before I turn finally to a slightly different topic. The inquiry has heard evidence from a number of former ministers across different administrations about their experiences of what's been described in a range of different terms: groupthink, institutional resistance on the part of civil servants within the Department of Health. And you've already made reference to the fact that the decision was taken that the Cabinet Office and not the Department of Health should be the sponsoring department for this inquiry. There may, as a result, be a lack of confidence on the part of those most closely affected by these matters in the department's contribution to an involvement in the government's consideration of compensation. You told us about the nature of the department's role, but is there any other comment you can make or any assurance that you can offer in light of the evidence that people have heard about a degree of historic resistance to issues such as having an inquiry in the first place or providing compensation?
So, for reasons you'll understand, because it's not within my own knowledge, I can't reflect on the truth or otherwise of those statements from prior to my involvement. What I can say is, I think that things I've said already. One, the department feels, I think, quite acutely the evident lack of trust and fear about the approach that the department will take on these matters from the infected and affected. And that has driven it, and I think rightly, to be very respectful of the decision that was taken. You know, the department is not going to shift that perception or belief by not respecting that position. I think, though, it has also led the department, and certainly this has been my experience since I have been in the department, certainly led the officials in the department today, who I know are involved in this issue today, to demonstrate no evidence of institutional resistance or scepticism or anything of that type. I have witnessed nothing but officials trying to do their very best, most professional role as fast as they can.
My next question then is not about the work of the Department of Health specifically, or your involvement in that, but it is more drawing on your overall experience as a senior civil servant, bearing in mind for this week's evidence you are the only civil servant that we are hearing from. It will seem perplexing to many that when you have a chronology of events which takes us from a former Paymaster General undertaking to provide a response from government alongside the publication of Sir Robert Francis's study, March 2022, you then have, if we move matters forward, an internal deadline, an internal plan late last year to work towards, at permanent secretary level, to work towards the government being in a position to respond by May of this year. And we're now in late July, and there are no decisions that we are aware of other than the ministerial right around in relation to the moral case for compensation. Now, from your perspective as a civil servant, do you have any comments to make on the length of time it appears to be taking? And I have in mind some evidence the inquiry's heard, I think it was from Sir John Major, who was talking about the government generally, I think, and not just the civil service, but about it being like a large tanker in terms of trying to get things done with any speed. Do you have any observations to make about that, or from a civil service perspective, about why things take so long in government?
So I would say certainly things can take a long time in government. They don't always take a long time in government, but they can sometimes, particularly when sort of other events absorb time and energy. I'm not talking about other issues associated with infected blood, but other wider, sort of political changes or otherwise. So certainly these things, and from the perspective of, and particularly the perspective in this instance where it has been so widely evidenced, the sort of deep concern and that the infected and affected have with the time that it is taking and the impact that that is having. So that I can absolutely see from that perspective why it would feel like it's taking a very, very long time. In this case, I am seeing certainly at official level and also at ministerial level a real desire to get this to a conclusion and, as the Minister said this morning, to reach a resolution as quickly as possible. As I said at the start of this, the recommendations that have been provided are thorough and rigorous and detailed, and ministers have looked at them in the round and sought to understand them in the round, and therefore you heard from Minister Quin this morning that that dealing with the detail and understanding how that plays out is taking more time than he would like, but he is keen to get to a conclusion as quickly as possible. So I think in answer to your question, things can take a long time in government. There's a lot to consider, both in terms of the principles and the practicalities, and collective agreement to be reached. In this particular instance, I think ministers and officials are all pointed